Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think this is the latest I've ever joined.
Yes.
I was racing to get ready. I'm like, oh no, time was so short. It just felt like, yeah. Anyway, I made it. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Do we have Commissioner York on?
I don't see him yet.
Okay.
And we don't have Roy yet either.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to expand my screen. There we go.
Hey Doug, can you hear us?
Does anybody want to text Commissioner York and see if
I just sent him a text.
Okay, super.
I just spoke to him. He's trying to get on right now.
Okay, great.
And can someone text Roy or Daniel?
Yeah, we have Daniel in here. Roy is coming up right now. He's just
Okay,
working, but
thank you.
We don't, for the preliminary stuff, we don't need to wait.
Doug's restarting his machine. He'll be right back.
Okay, not a problem. Okay, so it looks like we're just waiting for Commissioner York. Oh, there he is. Good morning, Commissioner York.
Sorry, guys. I can't, for some reason, my Microsoft device is not working, but my Apple device is working. Morning, Erica.
You made it.
Yeah.
I actually had the same problem this morning. I couldn't get the Microsoft either, so right with you.
Okay, well, I think we are all convened, so we'll get started. Good morning. We'll dive right in. Agenda item 1, call to order and roll call. 1A, call for quorum. It is 8:07 a.m. on Tuesday, January 18th, 2022. I call this meeting of the Independent Redistricting Commission to order. For the record, the Executive Assistant Valerie Newman will be taking roll. When your name is called, please indicate you are present. If you're unable to respond verbally, we ask that you please type your name. Val.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Watchman,
Present.
Commissioner Lerner,
Present.
Commissioner Meal,
Present.
Commissioner York,
Present.
Chairperson Newberg.
Present.
And for the record, also in attendance is Executive Director Brian Schmidt, Deputy Director Lori Van Haren, Public Information Officer Michelle Crank. Our legal team consists of Snell and Wilmer, Brett Johnson and Eric Spencer from Snell and Wilmer, and Roy Herrera and Daniel Ariano from Herrera Ariano. From our mapping team, we have Mark Flahan, Brian Kingery, Brandy Trott, and Sarah Haginos from Timmins, and then Doug Johnson and Ivy Beller-Sikansky from NDC Research, and our transcriptionist is Angela Miller. That's everyone.
Thank you. Please note for the minutes that a quorum is present. We'll move to agenda item 1B, call for notice. Val, was the notice and agenda for the commission meeting properly posted 48 hours in advance of today's meeting?
Yes, it was, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, approval of minutes from January 4th. We have general session minutes and we have an executive session minutes to where we addressed public records update and compliance. I open it up to discussion. If there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion to support to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Meal, I move that we approve the minutes.
Vice Chair Watchman seconds.
Any further discussion? Vice Chair Watchman,
Aye.
Commissioner Meal,
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner,
Aye.
Commissioner York,
Aye.
Chair Newberg is an aye, and with that, the minutes are approved. Thank you, as always, Valerie, for your fabulous minutes. We move to agenda item number 3, opportunity for public comments. Public comment will remain open for a minimum of 30 minutes and remain open until the adjournment of the meeting. Comments will only be accepted electronically in writing on the link provided in the notice and agenda for this public meeting and will be limited to 3,000 characters. Please note, members of the commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. With that, we move to agenda item 4, discussion on public comments received prior to today's meeting. Do any of my colleagues have anything they'd like to share? Okay, I do not have anything that I would like to share as well. So with that, we'll move to agenda item 5, update from mapping team. We'll move into A, discussion and possible action on county election officials technical change requests to the congressional and legislative maps. So with that, I turn it over to Doug and Mark.
Good morning, everyone. So we allowed the counties to request different administrative changes that they would like to make to the approved final draft maps. As we talked last time, we got 6 counties that responded. As of today, we actually had 7 counties respond. That is Cochise, Coconino, Maricopa, Pima, Pinal, Yavapai, and Yuma. They requested 71 changes. It was 70 as of 110, and then Pinal requested 1 more. So we have 71 changes that they requested. We'll walk through them all. Not all the changes were made. There were some that we do not consider an administrative change that would move a couple hundred to 1,000 people, and we'll go over those in a second. And then we put together a change tracking document for you guys and a table, and I will walk you through that right this second. Let me share my screen with you guys. Give me a sec. Can you guys see the Word document on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Here's sort of a breakdown of the number of changes that we got from the counties. And like I said, Pinal asked for 1 more after we created the document, so I'll get it updated. That should say 3 and not 2. But the change is actually notated down in the details of this document. It just wasn't updated here at the table level. So the first county we'll talk about is Cochise County. Cochise County had a bunch of different changes, and I will bring them up more in a graphical document too. So out of Cochise's 8 counties, here is a table of what it looked like. Change number 1 that they requested. There is a spot up here that they would like to change to not split off the LD or the CD maps. The problem with doing that, it would unbalance our congressional map. So at that time, we did not make that change. There was a request where there was a little sliver along Legislative District 21's border. The population in that block was 0. So we did make that move to align the CD and the LD boundaries at that time. It was to the legislative map. It went from District 21 to 19, and 0 population was affected. Graphically, that is what it looks like right there. An election in their precinct 15, they came across with maps split between Legislative District 19 and 21 and CD6 and CD7. Their request was placing all of the precinct into one LD and CD to avoid multiple ballot styles. We did not do that because that would then unbalance the congressional map. But they also mentioned that if the above was not possible, to fix this one block ID, and that's the geo ID right there, 3 Canyons Road, if we could move that from District 6 to 7 to avoid a precinct with 0 population. We did make that change. That was to the congressional. That went from 6 to 7, and there was 0 population that was changed. There was a triangle section along Double Adobe Road.
Mark, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
The ones that you did not do, you got back in touch with the county to explain why you're not doing those? Did you look at all at some of those to see, you know, if you have a population of 5, did you look at all to see if there was an alternative to that, since the counties were asking, well, I guess item 3 in particular, I'm just curious about, because they're obviously trying to make things a little more consistent for voters in that change that they proposed. So did you look at all to see, I know 15 people is a lot to move back and, you know, but did you look at all to see if there was an alternative, or did you get back in touch with the county in making your decision?
We did not get back into touch with the counties. We just got their information coming to us. Because the congressional map, we have to keep it balanced. It doesn't have as much leeway as the legislative districts. We did not necessarily look to see if we could find another block somewhere else, because generally it's more than one block changes to make that happen. Doug, I don't know if you want to chime in a little bit on that.
Yeah, I would say as Mark said, we didn't reach back out to them, largely because most of these are points that the elections are making where logically, why are we moving 5 people or 10 people? And logically it makes sense, but from the legal perspective, we have to. And had we done an alternative change, we just would have made the same change somewhere else, or the same issue would have come up somewhere else. Because we weren't going to find a precinct that had 15 people or anything like that could move. So aligning the lines one place to avoid a 3 or 15 person change would have then required misaligning the line somewhere else and generate the exact same problem somewhere else.
So my question about the LDs, and I have no idea what these would have looked like or anything, but just in number 3 where you said you weren't able to do that and it had 15, since that was an LD as well, that doesn't have the same requirements as the CD, right? CD, I know we have to be precise, but could you have done that with the LD but not the CD?
It would have left him with the same problem of having to create a sliver precinct. And where I guess ultimately, I guess the unsafe thing we should reinforce is, you know, where we were up in the air or where there was kind of a conflict that was going to generate a problem in one place or another, we stuck with, you know, the maps that the commission had had reviewed and given approval to.
And to follow that up, what the county did ask for was, we can't do number 3, which is the highlighted here. They would prefer us just to fix this one block, 3 Canyons Road, which we did do. So they say it sort of gave us an or in that exact instance.
Yeah, okay, and I don't know what the process normally is, but certainly from the county perspective, I assume they would want to know what was able to be accomplished and what wasn't. So will you at some point then be getting back with them?
I can send it to Lori and she can send it out to them. She was their point of contact. But the Word document and the Excel spreadsheet that we're going over is on the hub. Anybody could take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Then number 5, there was a triangle section along Double Adobe Road, which you can see here in the graphic with the little arrow. And that was a change to the legislative map that went from 21 to 19, 0 population were affected, and that was completed. And change request number 6. I'm just bringing up another document that we have right here. 6 and 7, we weren't able to complete the request, which was these 2 here, mainly because it was going to unbalance our congressional map more. But what we did do for them is we did align the congressional and LD borders in that northwest corner of the legislative map. And we also aligned a tiny sliver of the congressional map with the road. And this change actually was no population. So the legislative and the congressional districts for in what they call their precinct 19 are now aligned. Number eight was the airport. If you do remember, the airport was actually kept together. The airport, their request was to move the airport from CD7 to CD6 to avoid a precinct with 0 population. We did move the airport. It was 0 population to align the CD and the LD boundaries. That was congressional. That was from District 7 to District 6. That was 0-0. And I do believe the move that they requested was here on the straight line. It actually did divide the airport, but the county officials asked us to do the division. So we did make that, that divide. That is the Cochise County changes. Are there any questions on that? And I got my document open, so I can't see your faces, so hold on.
I don't see any questions
Gotcha.
or hear any questions.
Okay. And I'm just bringing up the PDF, and it is, you can see here now where that airport was, is a straight line. Okay, if there's no questions on Cochise, Coconino County turned in 4 changes. The first one was to use precinct line to adjust the border west of Parks. And that was, let me bring up the document. Which is right here. They asked us to use the precinct line instead of the CDP line, which is on the west side of Parks. So you can see the highlighted here that's in dark blue, those blocks. They moved from 7 into 6. So they went from District 7 into 6. 0 population, we were able to complete that, not a problem. Congressional change 2 was to change the boundary of the western portion of Flagstaff from Route 66 north to I-40. That was in the same area that the commission debated about on the last day, and there was commission direction to use Route 66. So we did not make that change because the guidelines that we were given when we created the final maps was to follow Route 66. So in that case, we did not make Coconino's change number 2.
Mark, can you show on a map what that would have done?
One sec.
Because I'm not so sure that that was a specific guideline that we gave. That was just a last minute change that was done.
Okay, give me a second.
Sure, thank you.
Give me a second. Brian, do you have that area open?
Not currently. I'm working on it.
Okay.
Which change ID is it?
2.
Sorry, I didn't know. I thought that you might have that.
Doug, you got anything to add while we're pulling it up?
I think it's a fairly large population request, though. I mean, relative to other requests.
Give me a sec. Okay, so here's what we have currently in legislative map 17.0 with all the administrative corrections. And you can see out here we follow sort of Route 66, which I also believe is I-40 business. And what they wanted to do was change it to meet city of Flagstaff boundaries, which would have changed it to, I don't have the city's boundaries up right this second, but I believe it would have taken out this portion here and it would have come down here and moved that into a different district. Brian, do you have it up?
I thought the request was to follow the I-40, wasn't it? Can you go back to the text?
Yeah, I can share my screen when you're ready.
All right, go ahead, Brian.
Their request is to move from Route 66 to I-40 for that whole stretch.
All right, Brian, I stopped presenting.
All right, so with their submission of the corrections, they supplied a shapefile, and on the map, that shapefile is a line file indicated with a thick red border. So as we followed their red line to match it up with their descriptive text. So Mark, where do you want me to zoom in?
I think go down, go to the east.
Yeah, right there.
So I think they wanted to move District 6 down from that black line to the red line. Is that right, Doug?
Yeah. Yeah. And it goes above 66 there because that's following the city border. And then west of that would be following, giving up everything north of 60. I'm sorry, everything north of I-40.
So what they were trying to do is use the city rather than our arbitrary road that we did, right? I mean, we just, in this one area, they wanted to actually try to follow their city boundaries. And was there a reason then, is that correct, Doug? That piece that's going up into the pink, that would have been part of their city?
Well, there's three changes they're asking for there. Brian, zoom back in there. So we're following Route 66, which is a major road in the area. They want the line to drop south of 66 in that one piece that you can see right by his mouth. Go north of 66, west of that, and then over to the west, they want to drop from 66 down to the freeway. So yes, and Brian's got the city border highlighted. So part of it would be the north and south pieces right along 66 would be following the city border. And then over the other part, it would be just aligning with a different major road. It's worth noting too on the city border piece, the city is obviously divided. So it's not creating or eliminating a city split. It's just already there.
So just to clarify, what says 15 in there or whatever, this that piece right there, that's outside of the city, inside of the city? I'm just trying to understand and why we couldn't do this, what in terms of if they're trying to just align with the city border and major thoroughfare, why that was something we couldn't do if it was keeping the districts. And the question is, was it keeping the districts relatively balanced or was it going to make a major change?
If I remember correctly already, they're not balanced. I'm just curious what the population change is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, it's following a major thoroughfare now. Would be their request is to follow a different major thoroughfare and the city border, as you know. So we'd be looking, just looking at the screen. We've got those 15 that's talking about moving into 7. And then the one person next to it would move out, and then there's 20 some people over on the other side moving out. So ultimately, what we're concerned with is that the commission had directed that the line be on 66, and so we didn't want to change that direction to, just essentially to change which major road it is following.
Right, and some of why we weren't looking at the city boundary in that area. So had we looked at that, we might have followed the city boundary, I guess is my point. So is that what their justification was? They just wanted this to be better aligned with their city, with the boundaries? I'm just trying to understand their reasoning, and then I understand what you're saying about why you didn't do it, but it may be something we can do at this point.
One of their requests.
You didn't
was-
answer my question.
Oh.
What's the population we're juggling around?
Oh, that's where I thought you did. Sorry, it would be 15 people moving into 7, and 26. I think is that what you're getting there, Brian? Moving
So a total change,
into
11 people being added to 6.
Okay,
With
that's you were talking about thousands. It didn't make, because the highway makes a straight line. That's kind of what we were trying to do, if I remember correctly.
So some of the changes we didn't make because it went directly against commission direction at the time during the last public sessions. Some of the corrections we deemed were not administrative due to it affecting, I believe in one case, 700 voters in Maricopa County. And we'll get to that. But that's voters. We go by population in our shifts of the census blocks. So that actually resulted in over 1,000 people, if I recall correctly. And we'll get to that example, but that's just to give you a sense of how we approached these county corrections that were supplied to us.
So yeah, so my question then on this one is, if this was done purely to get into for the city boundary on the one that's in pink, that's 15, that's what they were aligning with rather than Route 66, is that correct, that one? And then they were just making an adjustment to go to I-40 on the other piece. Is that the reasoning that they gave?
yes, Mark, can you look? I don't think did Coconino County give much in the way of rationale, or they just listed the request?
They just said we're requesting several adjustments along the line between legislative district 6 and 7, spanning the width of Coconino County. And then they said, example of a change requested to follow Flagstaff city limits, which was in that area. Example of a change requested to minimize empty precinct parts, which we already showed you guys in the beginning. And then there's some just to make the lines clearer down in I-40, and we will get there. We just haven't got to that change yet. But that was the only reasoning that they gave, was to change requested to follow Flagstaff city limits.
Well, it seems like it's a minimal population shift, and I would be okay with saying that this could be done, because we're really only talking about a difference of 11. And if they're asking for that to be within their city limits and to be aligned with I-40, I don't see how that affects us much in terms of what we were trying to accomplish in that area. So, you know, if it was thousands of people, I understand, but if the net is 11, from my perspective, I think we could approve. I understand why you didn't do it initially, but I don't know why we couldn't do it.
Well, the only thing that's ironic is that they didn't request any other city boundary changes on the other side of the city. So I guess I'm wondering if we just keep to the map, follow the old highway.
Well, I don't want to second guess them on why they chose one versus another. I'm sure they had reasons for that. But if they requested this one and there's nothing that says we couldn't do it, I don't see why. I mean, I don't want to second guess why they didn't do it on the other side. It might have been moving too much population, so they may not have wanted to do it over there, because this is a minimal population shift.
Well, I don't know if you remember, we underpopulated District 7 or the LD6 to accommodate the Native Americans, and so I guess I don't understand. So
I do remember that. But 11 people isn't making a big difference in that.
I agree.
I just don't see any reason why to make a change for 11 people either. We've split Flagstaff in a number of places here. So I agree with the mapping consultant that there's no reason to make this change.
I agree. I think we've done a remarkable job seeking these levels of perfection that come up each and every, time. I think is a rabbit hole. And unless there's overwhelming, compelling reason to do this and our experts think that it's the right thing to do, I'm just ready to move forward.
And my perspective is that I think we should try to accommodate them for this since they've requested it and the city is split quite a bit. They're trying to do something that they feel is in the best interest of their city. So that's my perspective. So I support making that change since they did get split quite a bit. And this is an area they felt they could align.
Okay. Is this something that the mapping team could easily, reasonably just do with little complication?
Well, I actually already did it. Just as of right now, I created an LD version 17.1. The one that is on the hub site currently and that we are going to present to you is we only made one 17.0, and all of these files and then also all the files that we're using to present these changes are also stored on hub. So if we were to make this change, it would result in the 17.1 map, and later on I'll update this page to reflect all those changes, and we'll have the audit log so that we can track that this change and potentially others were made if we go down that route.
But would that affect our ability to complete the process today and certify these maps? I mean, we have a goal today.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Is that a question for legal?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's a legal question.
Yeah, I'd like legal to weigh in on this as well as, is this appropriate to offer this opportunity at this point?
It wouldn't be at this point. It would be during the later agenda item for sure. This is just
Right. No, but I mean this late in the game of fine tuning.
It's not, I'll be honest with you, it's not a legal issue by any means. This will have significant ripple effects through all of the data sets, everything Brian just mentioned on the website, and will delay this by at least several days, and I think we'll have to reconvene.
Okay, so
Without a really compelling reason, and I'm not hearing one, I would recommend we not do this.
I agree. That there's I don't see any compelling reason. I don't see any significant communities being harmed. We have a deadline and responsibilities to the broader state. So there's going to be imperfections here and there. I don't hear a compelling reason as well.
Well, and I believe that the boundary line along the old highway makes a better district.
I'll just say for the record, I would like to be able to have done this, just for the record on that.
And for the record, I appreciate Commissioner York's comment that, again, if we don't feel that it improves the quality of the map and we're comfortable with our boundary, then we have every justification to keep it as it is.
And I think it actually does improve it by different alignment, but I understand we're not going to at this point.
Okay, is this something that we need to vote for or vote about? Legal or?
It wouldn't be done here. It'd be done at a later agenda item.
Okay.
In other words, Madam Chair, at a later agenda item, you would be considering LD 17.0.
Right. Okay. But we don't have to collectively memorialize this conversation we just had right now.
If somebody wants to, if any commissioner wants to make an amendment at the at that time.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mapping, what else?
The other two changes that Coconino County had, number 3, there was slivers of blocks that were just north of I-40. They had 0 population in them. They asked us to clean it up and to align it back exactly to I-40, which we did complete. Those to the legislative map. It went from District 6 to District 7. There was 0 population affected. The other change that they asked us to do was to align the borders in northeast Coconino County above the I-40. We were able to complete that. And what that looked like was that was a change of 48 people. And what that looked like was here. You can see all these selected blocks went into D7. So we were able to complete that. That was 48 people that were affected. So we did move 48 people in Coconino County. Moving on to Pinal County. Pinal County had 3 changes. And the first change, they wanted us to move Legislative District's 15 line north to follow Bella Vista Road and eliminate the small rectangular box. We did not complete that because we felt that was against Commission's guidelines in the first time, and I'll bring that up. What they wanted to do was to take this block that was 10 and follow on Bella Vista Road. But many times the Commission told us to keep Santan Valley whole, which is in the yellow. So we did not make that change because we would have taken that block of 10 people out of Santan Valley. Change number 2 was to have Congressional District 5 retract back north to follow along Bella Vista Road, and CD2 to expand northward, similar, following along Bella Vista Road. We did not make those changes, but what we did do is we did change the LD maps and the CD maps to match. So the LD maps now match the CD maps that come in. You can see that Santan Valley in the red. So that keeps that Santan Valley in one district, which was Commission guideline, and it would prevent a 0 population precinct. The last change that they wanted us to perform was shifting a corner of LD7 southwest so that it follows North Manure Road, north-south, and the Williams Field Road alignment. That was completed. That was the legislative map. That was from District 15 to District 7, and that changed 9 people for population. And that looks like this corner here. So that corner that's highlighted in blue, that is the light blue, that went into District 7. And those were the requested changes from Pinal County. So we did move 9 people in Pinal County. Any questions on Pinal County? Okay. Yuma County, the first request was to update the legislative district to follow the Barry M. Goldwater Air Force Range border. We were able to complete that. It was 0 population. And here it is, District 23. You would remember that that this was actually completed in a legislative map. It was the piece that stuck up into the Foothill Mountains. When we presented the congressional map after we balanced it, this was cleaned up as a split. So this was actually made to match the congressional map at a request of the county. And the chart says there from 23 to 23. But I'll get you the district. Let me look it up and we'll correct that. That should have moved it from 23 in the green and put it into 25. The next change in Yuma that they requested is the 23 and 25 border in the west to match CD 7 and CD 9. That was completed. That was aligns the boundaries and it does not affect the congressional map, legislative from District 25 to 23. Zero population was moved in this. Any questions in Yuma? Okay, with that, take that as a no. We will move on to Yavapai County. Yavapai County put in 4 requests, mainly around the town of Wickenburg. There was 3 requests that we could not do. They provided a map, and let me show it to you. So 1, 2, and 4 we could not complete, and you can see here in the map. And the problem with 1, 2, and 4 is that the town says that these are incorporated parts of the town of Wickenburg. So Area 1 is incorporated in part of town of Wickenburg, but not included in Legislative District 30. Area 2 was incorporated part of the town of Wickenburg, but not included in Legislative District 30. And then Area 4 was incorporated in the town of Wickenburg, but not included. The part here is that these do not match census blocks. So to actually incorporate these little areas, we'd actually be taking in a lot more unincorporated county to make that happen. So there was no way for us to do that in the redistricting system. So at that time, we did not make those changes. Area 3, where it says is not part of the town of Wickenburg, but included in 30, their suggestion was to move the line to include that area in LD1. And that we were able to do because it aligned exactly with the census blocks. It was legislative from 30 to 1, and it affected 4 people. And that was Yavapai County's request. Any questions there, or Doug, do you want to add anything to that?
Just a note that the reason the city lines don't follow the census blocks is usually, and I presume in this case, because those areas have been annexed after the geography was submitted to the Census Bureau. And this actually happens throughout the decade as jurisdictions annex new territory. The legislative and congressional lines don't move to reflect those annexations. It's just unusual here because that annexation was so close to the census that we have the different lines between the census versus redistricting. So these kinds of offsets are common when you have a state where there's lots of annexations happening. And there's not much we can do about it, as Mark said, other than if we're following census geography and using census data.
Okay.
Any questions?
Okay, then we'll move to Maricopa County. Maricopa County definitely had the most requests of any county, totaling 49. They broke their requests down, and what they considered was critical revisions, revisions that they called, what were the exact wording? Minor conflicts, and the third category that they provided was, hold on. was awkward boundary lines. So on their first request, it was the boundary between Congressional District 1 and Congressional District 5 is cutting through a parcel where a future home will be built. And basically, the boundary doesn't follow the census blocks. So we couldn't cut the census block to match a specific parcel. So we were unable to do that. Request 2, the legislative boundary between the boundary between Legislative District 12 and Legislative District 16 bisects the Gila River Indian community with the Lone Butte voting district near the boundary of Maricopa County. We did not complete this because the instruction that we received was to keep Kyrene School District whole. So we did not make that change. Change 3.
Mark,
Yes.
just as a question on that one, and I know we said that about Kyrene, seems to be the one school district we were good with. But when you say bisects the community within the precinct, does that mean a single precinct is divided in half? Is that what you're saying there? And so how many people does that affect where they're going to be within a precinct and be in 2 different districts?
Yeah, Mark, I can answer that. So what they're asking is that the entire Kyrene piece of the tribal reservation be moved. So essentially, we'd be where the commission had put the Kyrene piece of the reservation in with the rest of the legislative district. They want that whole piece moved so that the reservation is whole, and we wouldn't bring that legislative district down at all. The precinct line apparently is tribal reservation border.
So they want the tribal to be whole, and we said no because of the school district piece. How many people would that affect if they're?
I think it was about 130 people. And keep in mind, when we talk about they, we're talking about the elections office. It's not the board of supervisors or a formal group like that. This is merely them saying it would be easier for them to administer elections if we divided Kyrene and kept the reservation together.
Right. And I guess I'm just looking at that and saying from a priority perspective, would it be better to have the tribe together? I'm just asking that question. I understand that our commission may not want to be making these adjustments at this point, but to me, the priority would be keeping the community together versus a school district in that particular location. I know we were attempting to do that with that school district, but the community to me would have a higher priority over that in that area.
Well, I thought that that community was okay with being split at one point. The other thing is it's not a huge population. I think we heard more testimony in our meetings as we went out to the public around the different areas around the Kyrene School District that utilize those facilities from the different parts of, I believe it's Pinal and Maricopa County. And so that was the effort to keep that all together. That was my understanding. And the fact that people from Maricopa, people from Chandler, the people from Ahwatukee, the people from South Tempe all utilize that school district.
Yeah, I think that's correct, those people, but not the Gila. We're talking here about the Gila River Indian community. And so it's a matter of keeping those folks together versus whether or not they're in a school district. The other folks that you mentioned did want to all be part of that. But in this case, that's why I was asking that specific question, because you're basically talking about the Gila River Indian community folks and whether they would be in the same. So that's why I was trying to get clarification on that.
I think the Gila River expressed being in 2 districts for many reasons, and so we can go back and look at the record, but I know Governor Lewis said that, or indicated in some of his writings that they would prefer to have 2 districts, so that allows them more representation.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to get clarification. Thank you.
So it seems that there's nothing that we need to address on this front.
Okay, moving along. Change 3 in Maricopa County was the way the congressional district boundary blue and legislative boundary green and supervisor district red overlay each other would create a voting district with four voters. The area between the blue and green boundary and a voting district with 0 voters. And we took a look in that area. We did complete this change. We successfully aligned districts by moving congressional districts D3, 24 people out of D3, and D4, 24 people in to match LD11 and LD12. So when we looked at this, what we found is this is the Ahwatukee area, and the green that you can see the mountain range, that is South Mountain. You can see that in population balancing, there was a small portion of Ahwatukee neighborhood that was put into D3, while the rest of the neighborhood was in D4. So what we were able to do is add that little population there back into D4, making a straight line, and to population balance it. What we did is we grabbed a couple blocks here, just north of Calle Guadalupe, added them to D3, and another set of population of 15 people just east of 143. So we were able to make that change, and that's how we population balanced it. Change 4, there's a gap between the congressional district boundary and the legislative district boundary and the Salt River Pima Indian community. To do this, by aligning the LDs and the CD areas with the tribal reservation, it would affect the population balancing of the congressional districts. Therefore, we were not able to complete that request. Request 5, the boundary between CD7 and CD9 is cutting through 2 homes. We did not fulfill this request as CD would become unbalanced, and due to census block boundaries around the homes, we were not able to break census blocks. Change 6, and I might have a picture of that. Change 6, the gap between the congressional district boundary and legislative district boundary would create a voting precinct with 22 voters. The request was not fulfilled because congressional district population would become unbalanced, and also the CD map split neighborhood for population balancing, whereas the LD map did not require any action. We did not do that. Change 7, and I got a picture of this. The border between Legislative District 3 and Legislative District 4 is cutting through a single address community with unit numbers. We did not make this change because it would affect 817 voters, because census blocks do not exactly follow. So what you can see here, if I zoom in a little bit, that might help. The community that they're talking about in the sliver is right here. But because you can see the census blocks of the dark blue, it cuts through to get that entire Paradise Peak West community. We would have to add all of these census blocks together to make that happen, and that was 817 people. And that many people we did not deem as an administrative change. So we were unable to make that change.
Can you, Mark, as you're going through these, you said there were 3 different levels of requests. How do we know which level of request each of these were from Maricopa County?
Right now, we are in what they call the critical request. And I'll let you know when we get to the next section. So
of the critical request, you weren't able to do, you haven't done any of those, right?
We were able to do the one at Ahwatukee because the census blocks matched up. What you can see here, right, on this request 7, why it wasn't done is that we would have to move all of these people to make it happen.
Sure.
And at that time, we did not believe it to be an administrative request moving that many people. without any guidance from the commission.
Yeah, it's worth noting too, where they raised a concern about a specific address being divided. It's because the census geography, as they overlay it on the satellite image, is not precise. In the official census database, which backs all this geography up, each address is assigned only to one district. So where they're concerned that a single address is, it looks like it's in multiple districts, you can look up in the census database that address and know which district it's in. It's not actually divided legally. And the Maricopa County folks know that and can do that.
Issue number 8, the boundary between LD5 and LD7 cuts through businesses, homes, and an apartment complex. To fulfill this request, it would be moving 486 people. And the request was not fulfilled as we believed 486 people was more than just an administrative request. And you can see here, the request that they were looking for is highlighted in the dark blue.
Did they explain any of that, or they just say that this is an administrative, this is just a request? They don't justify it anyway, right? Or do they?
The data that we got back from Maricopa County on that is exactly that same exact text. The boundary, well, it says the boundary green between Legislative District 5 and Legislative District 11 cuts through businesses, homes, and an apartment complex. They would like to move the boundary to follow Roosevelt Street, which is up here.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other thing you want to add there, Doug?
Nope.
Okay. Change number 9 was the boundary between LD22 and LD11 is cutting through a building. And we were able to complete that change. We adjusted a block with 0 population to match with their supervisory district number 5. And I don't think I have a picture of that one. No, I don't have a picture of that, but we did make that change. So starting in number 10 is what they consider minor conflicts. And minor conflicts 10 through 17, we were all able to complete. The first one was due to the inability of counties to move supervisory districts to vertical rectangular area below will result in voting precinct with 0 voters. We were able to complete that. It went from 11 to 22 and there was 0 population affected. Change 11, align the legislative district and congressional district boundaries with each other in the Salt River, Pima, Maricopa County, Maricopa Indian community. We were able to move a 0 population block on the D8 southern border, which was legislative, from District 10 to District 8, and those were both 0s. 12 was to align the legislative district to the congressional district along the Gila River Indian community boundary. We're able to complete that. We moved a 0 population block from 22 to 16. Change 13 was to align the legislative district boundary with the congressional district boundary and Maricopa County boundary. We moved 0 population block on D7, so that was D7 to D3, the legislative. zero population moved. 14 was align legislative district boundary with the congressional district boundary along State Route 143. We were able to do that. We aligned the legislative district 8 boundary with the CD4, CD3 boundary along the 143. So that went from District 11 to District 8, zero population changed. 15, Maricopa, aligned the legislative district and the congressional district, one north of Indian School Road and one south of Indian School Road. We completed that. We were able to align the CD9 and CD3 border with the supervisor district. That was to the congressional. That was from District 3 to District 9, zero population changed. 16 in Maricopa County, align boundary of the congressional district to the center of McDowell Road. We were able to complete that. That was aligning the D7 along McDowell Road to the congressional map from D3 to D7, zero population moved. Change 17 is align the legislative district and congressional district with the supervisor district in the South Mountain Park area near Ahwatukee. We were able to complete that. We moved the D3 border southeast into D4 to match the supervisory district and align the LD as well. That was made to congressional and legislative district. So in the congressional side, it was from CD4 to CD3. On the legislative side, it was from LD11 to LD12. And we were able to complete that change. And I have a picture of 17 if you wanted it. This is what 17 it now aligns. So South Mountain Park is up here in the corner. District change 18 was to align the legislative district and congressional district with the supervisor district in the South Mountain Park area. We were able to complete that. That was move D4 border north into D3 to match supervisory district and align the LD as well. So that was from CD3 to CD4 and from LD11 into LD12, both zero population changed. 19 was align the legislative district and the congressional district to the supervisor district, center line of Pima Canyon Road. We were able to complete that. So we aligned LD12 with the supervisor district by grabbing 3 zero population blocks. So move D9 border east into D7. So on the congressional side, it was CD7 to CD9. On the legislative side, it was LD11 to LD12. Again, the zero population changed. And let me make sure that I can tell you where the split is between what they call minor and awkward lines. Hold on. Yes. 30. All right, we're still going. These are still in the minor. Change 20, align legislative district boundary to congressional district boundary along 48th Street between Southern Ave and a bit south and east of Baseline Road. We were able to complete that. Slivers along supervisor district border between LD11 and LD8 was moved. This was only to the legislative map from LD8 to LD11, zero population have changed. 21 was to align legislative district boundary to congressional district boundary along the railroad in the vicinity of Elliott Road and McQueen Road. We completed that. We aligned LD13 with the CD boundary along Elliott Road and McQueen Road. That was legislative district 12 to 13, zero population changed. Change 22, align congressional district boundary to legislative district boundary along Arizona Avenue in the vicinity of Guadalupe Road. Completed that. We moved the D5 border west into D4 along the Highway 87 to match LD9 and LD13 borders. That was completed from 4 to 5, and congressional zero population has changed. And 23, align legislative district boundary to congressional district boundary along the Loop 202. Completed that. LD 8 north of the Loop 202 is aligned with the approved congressional final draft map, moving population of 18. That was from LD 8 to LD 10. We moved 18 people. On request 24, aligns congressional district to the supervisor district near 202 and 101 interchange. We completed that. We moved D1 south into D4, aligning with LD8 border. That was to the congressional map, CD4 to CD1, 0 population changed. 25 was to align the congressional district boundary to the legislative district boundary near supervisor district boundary 5. Completed that. We moved D9 border east into D7, congressional from D7 to D9, 0 population. Oops. Request 26, Maricopa, align the legislative district boundary to the congressional district boundary along Central Avenue on the boundary of Goodyear and Avondale. So we aligned LD22 with CD7. So the change we made was to legislative district 23, went to legislative district 22, 0 population changed. 27 was to align the congressional district boundary to the legislative district boundary along Indian School Road in Avondale. We completed that. It was moved D9 southeast into D7 along Indian School Road to the congressional map from D7 to D9, 0 population changed. Request 28 was align the congressional district boundary with the Maricopa County boundary and legislative district 28-29 boundary. We completed that. We moved the D8 border north up into the D2 border. So that was from congressional from D9 to D8, 0 population moved. Request 29 was completed, align the legislative district boundary, which is south of the Loop 303 with the congressional district that runs along Loop 303. We completed that. We aligned LD 28 with CD8 border. Legislative district 29 went into 28, 0 population changed. And 30, which is the last one of the minor changes, move boundary to 115th Drive Street alignment between Glendale Ave and Missouri Ave. We completed that. We moved District 22 to 115th Street between Glendale Ave and Missouri Ave street alignment. Legislative from District 29 to 22, 0 population has changed. So last request from Maricopa County was awkward boundary lines. So request 31 was align LD boundary and CD boundary along McDowell Street and 36th Street. That was completed. 296 population above McDowell Road moved to match the congressional. So legislative went from District 5 to District 8, 296 people. District change 32 was align the legislative district boundary along McDowell Road and 40th Street. We did not complete that because that was over 1,000 people. And this is the picture of it. So Maricopa County on the left requested this change. And to make that change, it would change the highlighted dark blue blocks that have the border on that. And that would be a 1,400 person change, 1,404. So we did not feel that that change was an administrative change.
Wait, Mark, can you go back? So which district was this one? You're talking about 32, District 32. Wait, I'm sorry. Well, first of all, number 31, what district was that being changed? It didn't list the legislative. It moves, okay, D5 to D8. But what about 32? Which one's districts were that?
32 was.
Mark, if you zoom into your screenshot to see the proposed changes table.
So District 5 would gain 1,404 people and District 8 would lose 1,404 people.
So do you think they were trying to do that? I'm just looking at our final legislative map. where District 8 has 5,800 people deviation above and District 5 has 1,000 deviation. Do you think they're trying to do that to balance those districts so that the deviation is smaller in each of those, that you have a smaller deviation at that overall? Because District 8 is, you'd be moving from 8 to 5, correct?
Yeah, 8 would be losing and 5 would be gaining.
Right.
What text they gave us was the legislative district boundary green runs along Monte Vista Road and 36th Street, coupled with the congressional boundary blue along McDowell, and the supervisor boundary red along 40th Street will create a voting precinct with only 747 voters in it. That was the text that we got from them.
Yeah, I would just add, and the elections officers aren't concerned with deviation. They don't look at total population numbers at all. As you can see, they're only looking at number of voters and the ease of administering the precincts in the election.
Well, I guess I don't see a reason not to do this either. Because you're not providing, it's not really causing a major imbalance in either.
Well, but you also don't, what about the census block 296 on the map? I mean, I don't understand why it's this little chunk here. It doesn't make any sense to me. When we tried to clean it up by stepping it up north along the boundary. I mean, I know it creates work for a small census voter administration, but the reality is that, you know, 8 was with Tempe. I mean, this is along the 44th Street, it looks like, and I think those communities' interests are more aligned with the eastern side, or the western is aligned with the eastern side of 8 more than it's aligned with the eastern side of 7. So.
Yeah, I don't think it changes in terms of the communities of interest at all.
Oh,
I don't know what 296 is, and I don't know why they didn't move that either. I could ask that. I mean, I agree that I don't know what makes that different and why they didn't move it. But in terms of a community of interest, I don't think there's any reason that needs to be in one or the other with that. They both are very close in terms of alignment. And McDowell Road is.
If this delays us, I don't really see a reason to do this if it delays us.
Commissioner York, I didn't catch I heard the beginning part of what you said, but can you complete your sentence?
Yeah, I was just saying there's not much of a difference between the communities of interest. I just didn't think if this delayed us, so that you're looking at the shopping center, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Or it's a school.
Well, what I put, here's that change that you guys were just talking about. You guys asked about that 296 block.
Right.
That 296 block changed because of their request number 1. So it was originally not part of the 8, but they made that request. So that was why that was changed, that 296, to match the CD boundary.
Got it.
So the
So
supervisor.
That's key thing. The 296 is with the district of the South because of population balancing the congressional districts. That was one of those blocks we had to grab the population balance. And so they had asked that we just, as long as we're going to have that bump up, that we also follow it for the congressional line.
for the legislative line.
Right. Well, so I guess from that standpoint, I would keep the current, I would not honor request 32, I guess is what we're talking about.
And that's
what you've done. So I would keep it as is.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand some of these decisions on how they're made and when they, I know we're saying that it makes it more complicated for them to administer, and I'm all for things to be easier for our elections administration, for them to be able to administer. And that's why if that doesn't affect community of interest, if it doesn't affect other things that we were looking at, to me, it made sense to make that change, just like the one in Coconino as well. Some of those were aligning.
Commissioner Leonard, the mapping team has made a change, a suggestion along the northern boundary already, and now the next request is to change it back. I don't understand why we.
They're different ones. 296
but at the same
they're
time,
different changes. So I want to understand these changes and decisions better than just saying okay to each one. That's why I'm asking these questions.
Yeah, and just from our perspective, as Mark noted, we're concerned that this was larger than just an administrative change, because there is the concern of, as noted, this would be moving 1,404 people without really much awareness or community participation in this. So that's where we run into the concern about the size of the request involved.
I'd like to go on record. I have worked with Timmins and DC now for many, many months. You've done a fabulous job with the highest level of conscientiousness, commitment. And if you're giving us this feedback about what's administrative and versus what's a little more, I really defer to your professional judgment.
I think we need to be doing our due diligence to be asking questions about how decisions were made and to inquire more about why these requests were made and whether or not they fit with something that might be good for the community. So that's why I'm asking those questions.
I'm entirely open to that, provided that it doesn't undermine the professional advice of the experts that we have worked with and we believe in, and it doesn't unnecessarily delay what is a necessary and important process of delivering these maps to our state. And so I understand the desire to seek perfection, but perfection can sometimes get in the way of getting done with a, reasonably fabulous product.
I am not asking for perfection here. I feel that when a decision is made to do something or not do something, we as commissioners, who are the ones who are the responsible parties for making these final decisions and votes, should understand better those decisions. And that's what I'm trying to do. And in some cases, I may or may not agree with those decisions.
And that's exactly what we're doing. So with that, please continue mapping.
Okay. Let me grab my spot again where we're at. That was here. Number 33 was align the congressional district with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community boundary to the supervisor district. We did not complete this because following Mesa's border would unbalance the congressional district in that area. So we did not complete that. Change 33 was align congressional district with Salt River. Oh, sorry, that was the same one. 34 was align the congressional district with the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community or the supervisor district north of Loop 202. We did not complete this because the legislative lines would create a new sliver due to the 2020 census blocks not lining up with the supervisor district. But we did make the congressional and legislative boundaries the same border in that area. So we're able to make that cleanup. But the change that they were requesting, we were not able to do because then it would create its own sliver.
And Mark, was there any population? It looks like there was 0 population shift to make that change.
Correct. And I'm trying to find a picture of you. Right now.
That's okay.
Okay, gotcha. 35, align congressional district and legislative district with Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community. We did not complete this because this was going to unbalance the congressional district. We did move 376 people into LD 10 and 9 into LD 8 to match the congressional boundaries. So we did make that legislative change from LD 10 to LD 8. That was 376 people.
Can you show us that one, since you did make that change and almost 300 people were affected?
Yeah. Hold on. AB5. I don't think I actually have grabbed a picture of that. I don't have a picture of the change that we made. Here was the request from Maricopa County.
Okay.
Doug, you have anything here?
No, I don't think so.
So you were moving from 8 to 10 or 10 to 8? I'm sorry if I'm not understanding which way it went. Or
We move people into LD10 and LD9 from LD8.
okay, but we don't know where they went from there. Okay, all right, thank you. And how were they divided between those two? You moved 376. Did we move? Do you know how they were divided? Between which ones went into 8 and which ones went into? So you moved, oh, I see, wait, it moved 9 people into LD8 and 376, is that what it's saying, into 10?
We moved 376 people into LD10 and 9 from LD8. So this should say LD8 here, and this should say LD10 and 9. Make that clean up.
I'm just trying to understand that.
Here on the Word document, it was moved 376 people into LD10 and LD9 to match the congressional boundary.
Yeah, I believe what was going on is we're in the unincorporated area between the reservation and the city of Mesa. And when we needed a population balance, the congressional district, we were moving a lot of small pockets of people in those areas to balance the congressional districts. And so just asking us to bring the lake district on it.
Okay. Okay.
And that was a picture from Maricopa County with that request. Request 36, align the congressional district to the legislative district in the area near Camelback Road and 107th Avenue. We completed that for the congressional. We moved a 0 population piece from D9 to D3 on the congressional side. So 0 people moved on the congressional, and on the LD side, we moved population of 3 sliver from D29 to D22. And that is what that looked like in the circled boundary. So you can see that D24 and D22, sorry, D29 and D22 now follow congressional. Change 37, align the legislative district to the congressional district near Indian Springs Road. We not complete that. We know that's a VRA sensitive district. The move would be 354 people. That would look like this. That was the request to move. That would match with the congressional boundary. We did not make that change.
And you didn't do that because of the VRA?
Correct. We felt we needed commission guidance to make that change.
Okay.
And that was also 354 people.
Yeah, I'm not just looking at the data sheets. I'm not sure that that would have had a significant impact based on the criteria that we look at and the CVAP in those, because you were doing from 22 to 23 or vice versa, both of which are VRA districts. And this population probably wouldn't have had much of an impact, but I understand why you didn't do that.
Okay. Change 38, align the boundary of the legislative district with the western edge of Loop 101. We completed that. We aligned LD8 south of University Drive to Price Road. The legislative map went from District 9 to District 8, population change of 15 people. 39, adjust the legislative boundary so it follows supervisor district boundary near Rainbow Valley. We did not complete that because we could not split the 2020 census blocks along the supervisor line. Which looks like this. So they wanted us to split at that pink line, and there was no way to split at that pink line. As you can see here, the census block does not go all the way across. It sort of dips down. So we'd have to go grab another block on top, and then we would extend past what Maricopa County was asking us to do. Change 40 was adjust boundary south to Adobe Road. We did not complete it because it would create a sliver and it would move 27 voters. So here was the request. You can see the green line is where the current line is for LDs. And they wanted to adjust it south to Adobe Road, which is sort of here, if you can see my cursor, just south of the big buildings there. But on the right side of the screen, you can see this is what actually happens with the census block. It actually goes south down the highway, going down into the interchange. So then we'd be creating also a weird shape to make that request. So there's no way that we could just cut it off at Adobe Road. The last change from Maricopa County, adjust legislative district to follow congressional district along Route 60 and Bell Road. We completed that. We moved a piece of District 29 to match the congressional district legislative. So we took stuff from 29 and put into 28, and that affected 5 voters. To make all the changes Maricopa County requested, it was going to change 3,449 people, and the changes that we made only affected 361 changes. And that were the changes for Maricopa. Is there any questions on Maricopa? Okay, not hearing any. Pima County gave us 10 changes. The first change was to move the proposed legislative line to no longer deviate from the Pascagoula reservation boundary. We completed that. We moved a 0-person block south of West Valencia Road to match the Pascagoula reservation boundaries. That was from LD 20 to LD 23, 0 people changed. And what that looked like was here. So you can see this block that's highlighted 0 with the red underline. That changed and went into District 23 to match the border. Change 2 was move proposed legislative line to no longer deviate again from the Pascagoula reservation boundary. We moved a 0-person block east of South Woodbury Grove Drive to unite the Pascagoula reservation boundaries. So that was from LD 20 to LD 23. 0 population moved. It was a 0 population block. And you can see here, this is the block right here between D23 and D20. this one that was underlined in red. That block that had 0 population was within the boundary of Passagayaki tribe reservation, and we added it back in, so we united the tribal nation. Change 3 was move the legislative and congressional lines to match along the Passagayaki reservation boundary. We completed that. We moved 44 people from LD 16 to LD 17 to match congressional boundaries per the request of Pima County. That change looked like this. This is the area highlighted in the dark blue lines. So that went from 16 to 17. So that was a 44-person move. Request 4 from Pima County was to move congressional and legislative lines to match along Green Valley and Saharita. We completed that. We adjusted area 1 of the map by moving 13 people from LD 19 into LD 21 along El Toro Road and Alvernon Way. And that was completed, and that was a change of 13 people. Request 5 from Pima County, move congressional legislative lines to match along Green Valley Saharita. So area 2 of the map was adjusting a 0 population block from LD 21 into LD 19 on the legislative map, and that affected 0 population. And I'll show you all 3 screenshots in a second because there's an area 3 too. Area 3 was move congressional and legislative lines to match along the Green Valley Saharita area. Area 3 was adjusted to move from LD 19 into 21. Again, 0 population were affected, and those 3 areas are right here. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Request 7 from Pima County, move congressional legislative lines to match southwest Tucson. We moved the singular 0 population block from LD 21 into LD 23. 0 population was affected. And that is what that looked like. So these are the 0 population, 0, 0, 0. Number 8, move congressional legislative lines to match the Tonto Odom Reservation. We completed that. We moved a singular 0 population block along the LD 23 border into LD 21, which is 0 population. That change looked like this. So that green block that's highlighted in the dark blue outline. Change 9, move congressional legislative lines to match along D17 and D16 border. We moved a single 0 population block along the D17 border into D16. And that looks like this. The area in question is that darker orange color that's highlighted in blue. It's the border. And the last change was change LD 17 border along Marianne Cleveland Way where it cuts through several parcels. We did not complete that because due to census blocks, it would require multiple blocks being moved. And to complete that change, let me see if I got a good screenshot of it. I'll bring it up to you. Hold on. A second. So what Pima County wanted in this instance was, well, you can see here, let me make this a little smaller, hold on, because I can blow it up this way. What they're saying here is that Our lines are the pink line, and it cuts through the neighborhood here. The problem with the census blocks, though, is, well, when we use census geography, I shouldn't say a problem with the census block. When we use census geography, to make that change, it would require making a bigger change. This is what you can see here in this picture is this little tail here actually is 3 census blocks that come up in there. So this one that's the long sliver here is actually a giant census block that moves south, grabs this area, and continues south, grabbing along the road here all the way down here into this neighborhood. So it's this big, long southwest one. And if we were to do that and to incorporate the areas that would then become non-contiguous, it would basically be a move of 779 people to complete that change. At that time, we did not think that that was an administrative change to make, that we would need commission guidance on that change. So we did not make that change.
So it would have entailed, I see what you're saying about the census blocks, but just they wanted to take a small group and move them in. It would have involved several districts then, moving people around. Is that correct?
It would
accommodate that?
Yeah, it would require multiple census blocks, but only 2 districts, because they border 2 districts. What they wanted was here, but there was no way, because that is not a census block there in the pink, to move it back down. So there's no way to make that change without making this entire change here that's in the picture. Because I would need this southern one, there's a teeny triangle one here, and then there's another one here. So once I take those 2, there's now no way to get to the central square block here. So now I got to incorporate this one, because then that would not be contiguous to leave into District 19, because District 17 would surround it.
Okay.
So once we start picking up more blocks, it becomes a bigger change than what we felt to be able to make that.
Okay, thanks.
That is all for Pima County. Those were the changes. Pima County requested 836 people to be moved. We moved 57 of them. Doug, you got anything to add to Pima County? No?
Nope.
Then I believe that is all the changes that we made administratively. In both this county change tracking PDF that we were looking at with the pictures and the spreadsheet is out there on Hub. So with that being said, those were the changes that we made for the administrative changes. I don't know if there's any questions on that. If there is none, then I will kick it over to Doug Johnson.
Excuse me, may I suggest we take a quick break for the transcriptionist, maybe a 5 or 10 minute break?
That sounds great. Why don't we return at a 10 a.m. sharp? And thank you very much for that analysis. That will be a part of our conversation as we certify and approve the map. So with that, we'll take a 10-minute break and resume at 10 a.m. I see everybody coming back on live, and as soon as we see the full commission, welcome back. And mapping, if you're ready to resume.
Yes, we are. Doug, you
Okay,
want to
so
take it away?
let's dive right back in. We are on agenda item number 5, and I turn it back over to Doug and Mark.
So thank you very much. I will jump in just with some number reviews on our final maps. Looking at the congressional map, the thought is all this information is, of course, posted on the hub. So I'll be just summarizing it. But on the congressional map, no surprise, we have 2 majority Latino districts by citizen voting age population. Both districts 3 and 7 are 51% Latino citizen voting age population. And District 2 is 21% by citizen voting age population, or 18% by single race voting age population and Native American. So those are fairly they're consistent as those lines have been throughout much of the later stages of the process of these. And both of those Latino majority seats are effective by our Voting Rights Act measures. On the competitiveness side, on the congressional map, we do have 2 districts that are in our highly competitive 4% spread, districts 1 and 6. While District 4 is also in our competitive range right at 7%. We also, as you will remember, have been looking at swing vote, which districts show some Democrat and some Republican wins over the key elections we're looking at. And all 3 of those districts do have swing elections. We also have Congressional District 2, which is just outside of our range at 7.2% on the vote spread, although it does not have any swing elections. So that's a summary of the data. And of course, on population balance, the congressional map, as you just heard, is perfectly balanced, with no more than a 1% deviation in any given district. I'm sorry, 1% difference in any given district. On the legislative map, we have 7 districts that are effective Latino citizen voting age districts. Legislative districts 11, 20 through 24, and 26. All those are majority or close to majority Latino by citizen voting age population, and all of them easily pass our effectiveness benchmark. On the Native American side, District 6 is at 63% Native American citizen voting age population and 58% of non-Hispanic Native American single race voting age population. The District 6 numbers are higher than most of the maps through the process have been, and that's as a result of the Commission's decisions really to underpopulate District 6. So it is our shortest at 5.43% short of the target population. On the other end of the spectrum, District 2 is our largest population district. It's 3.48% overpopulated, leading to the difference between those 2 districts is an 8.9% population spread. It is worth noting that other than that, the District 6 issue that has been discussed at length, and I just mentioned about the empowering the Native American voters, the deviations are not targeted at achieving certain purposes. They're simply, in all the other districts, the deviations are just what resulted from the Commission's other directions relating to communities of interest and the other criteria. So there's no pattern of intentionally just underpopulating or overpopulating any one type of district or community. On the competitiveness front, the legislative map did come out with 5 districts that are all in our vote spread range of 4% of highly competitive, and then 2 that are just outside our competitive range We have District 17 is at 8.3% vote spread, and District 27 is at 8.9% vote spread. And 4 of the legislative districts do have swing elections in them. So we also did look at polarization, and it's worth noting we did find that Congressional District 7, throughout the 3 key elections we've looked at, the 2018 governor's primary, the 2018 governor general election, and 2018 attorney general election, District 7 was polarized. And we also looked at a suite of our competitive elections just to see if the trends continued there. And we did find the same results there, where District 7 is polarized in all those. Congressional District 7 is polarized in the 5 of those that we looked at as well. Congressional District 3 did not come up as polarized as drawn, but it's worth noting that as Dr. Henley discussed earlier, in the Maricopa County area, we do see a pattern of polarization. And as you'll recall from some earlier districts we looked at, if District 3 is adjusted in different ways, it does very quickly trip into polarization. And of course, District 3 is as adopted by the commission, or in its, I guess, the congressional final draft map version, is a highly community interest-oriented district, very compact, following neighborhoods and factors like that amongst the commission's other criteria. On the legislative side, the 2018 governor's primary comes out as polarized in District 20, in Legislative District 20. But Legislative District 20 in the general elections does not come out as polarized. So it is polarized in the primary, but not in the general elections. District 24 is polarized in all the elections we looked at. District 23, oh, and I should note that this is a summary report that's that's been posted, and all the details from Dr. Hanley has been posted as well. District 23, it's unclear whether it's polarized. The different measures get different results in the governor's primary election, but it is polarized in all the general elections that we looked at. Then just to group them, districts 11, 21, 22, and 26 are polarized in all the general elections looked at, but not in the primary, the 2018 governor's primary. And I believe that covers it for the legislative districts that are the effective lithium majority seats. So a lot of numbers. There's all the data on all this is obviously posted to the hub, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? If not, I would move on. Doug, I don't know if there's additional information that you want to share under 5C, review and discussion of mapping data. Is there anything else?
I think that covers it for me, Mark. Do you have anything else?
No, I don't have anything else. Just the public feedback we got was tremendous this year. So lots of public feedback that came in.
I'd like to thank you for your outstanding service. And with that, if there's no other conversation or questions as it relates to agenda item number 5 with our mapping team, we will move to agenda item number 6, update from legal team. So we have 2 items here, a presentation of expert review report on final approved maps. We have presentation from legal team on map assessment. I am going to encourage that we move to go into executive session for the purpose of obtaining legal advice to further implement and or advance these issues, particularly as it relates to public record requests and future litigation possibilities. So I turn it over to our legal counsel. If there's anything you'd like to say first in public session on any of these issues before we entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's our preference to actually start with the second item, which is the map assessment, and to start the discussion in executive session and then return to the first agenda item.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of obtaining legal advice to further implement and or advance these issues pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3. Do I have a motion?
I motion we go into executive session, Commissioner York.
Vice Chair Washington seconds.
Any further discussion? With that, Vice Chair Watchman,
Aye.
Commissioner Meal,
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner,
Aye.
Commissioner York,
Aye.
Chair Newberg is an aye. And with that, we will move into executive session. We'll X out of this link, enter into a new link, and we will give an update to the public when we return to public session. Okay, I believe I see our core team returned. Welcome back, everybody. If I could get a thumbs up from staff that we can resume with our public session. We're online.
Okay.
Awesome. We just finished agenda item number 6, an update from our legal team. We returned from executive session in which our team gave us some legal review of our final maps. With that, we will move to agenda item number 7, Executive Director's Report. I turn it over to Lori and Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick update. Upon approval of the maps, we will transmit them to the Secretary of State's office within 24 hours in the format they requested. So that is the update I have for you all today.
Okay.
So Chairwoman, real quick, if I may, can we go back to agenda item 6A?
Absolutely. 6A, update from legal team, presentation of expert review report on final approved maps.
Okay, and just for purposes of the public, a draft of the expert reports were posted to the website. There are going to be some changes, just for the commission's awareness. There are going to be some changes, non-substantive changes to that. The only substantive change is in regard to the LD map. I apologize. The LD map on the last page. So we just want to make sure the record's clear. It makes reference to an efficiency gap of 8% that does not exceed the 7% threshold suggested by one of the cases. That 8% is really supposed to be 1.19. It was a typographical error. So, and then obviously it reads more appropriately that too, 1.19% does not exceed the 7%. So just so that the record's clear and for those who are reviewing, and then also for the public's awareness, later on, the final expert reports will be posted to the website for public consumption.
Okay, thank you very much. If there is nothing else on that issue, we will move to agenda item number 7, Executive Director's Report. I turn it over to Brian and Lori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the update I gave is all we have for you today.
Okay. With that, we will move to agenda item number 8, discussion and final map vote and certification transmittal to Arizona's Secretary of State. We'll move to 8A, congressional map discussion and approval. I will, at this point, prior to entertaining dialogue and discussion, I'll entertain a motion to approve and certify our congressional map that we have approved. And I will open it up to my colleagues.
I move that we approve the final congressional map as presented by the mapping consultants today.
And do I have a second?
Commissioner York seconds.
And I would like to add to the language that is not only approving, but it is certifying the results to be transmitted to the Secretary of State's office.
I accept that amendment.
So
I
we
second that
have
amendment.
thank you. We have a motion, we have a second to approve and certify the maps to transmit to the Secretary of State's office. At this point, I am going to open it up to discussion to my colleagues. I will turn it over first to Vice Chair Watchman to share thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues, staff, lawyers, and members of the public. I guess a couple of things. One, it's been an honor and privilege to serve on the commission, as I've said before. And, you know, the primary point of my involvement obviously was to make sure and ensure that the Native American community of interest were represented. And so, you know, I know staff and myself tried to reach out to all the 22 tribes, and we tried to get feedback from them. And so I want to acknowledge, you know, the tribes, the tribal leadership and their input. And so, but to reflect back on December 22nd and the vote, you know, obviously, you know, as I mentioned, you know, I took the position to be a commissioner to ensure that there was fairness and to make sure that there was a balance and to ensure that all segments of our Arizona community was represented, and also, you know, took the oath to basically represent and ensure and meet the obligations of our Arizona Constitution and the 6 requirements. And so, you know, my vote on December 22nd reflected my thought. And so, you know, I want to say it is what it is, but, you know, there's still obviously room to go, but we do have an obligation to, you know, get these maps to the Secretary of State so that, you know, folks that are wanting to run for various offices legislatively and congressionally can move forward. And so I know that we'll take a vote at some point, but, you know, I still hold the same position of my vote on December 22nd. And so, but, you know, it is a process where, you know, it's a democratic process, and the vote was final on the 22nd. But I just want to extend my appreciation to the public for, you know, for being a part of this. It's to me, it was a long year, and hopefully, you know, we're able to, you know, to present to the public, you know, a democratic process and a democratic congressional in this case. So I'll stop there with my comments and just, you know, move forward when we get to the vote. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Meal.
I want to thank Commissioner Watchman for those comments, and I would like to echo a lot of that. It's been a very it's been a very difficult task for all of us, and I've really appreciated the relationship that we've had as commissioners. I appreciate the hard work that we've gone through. I appreciate the public participation throughout the process. Chairwoman Newberg, you have been incredible on attending every single public meeting, and the amount of integrity and effort that you've brought to this process has been just amazing. So I just want to thank the public and thank all of you for the hard work, and look forward to us concluding this process.
Any other thoughts before we put it to a vote? Okay. We will put to a vote for the approval and certification of our congressional map. And I open it up to, I guess I will start with Commissioner Meal. I believe we have a motion on the table to approve it, and I'm going to call on you to cast your first vote.
Real quick, Chairwoman, I just want to make sure that we're talking about the CD map 14.0, which was presented today.
We are talking about the CD map 14.0 that was approved, correct?
Thank you, Chairwoman. And before I cast my vote, I do have comments that I would like to make. And at our public meetings on December 30th and January 4th of 2021, Commissioner Lerner voiced for the first time several criticisms regarding our congressional maps. And I want to take a moment to address her concerns and to bring them into context of the actual 6 constitutional goals that we've considered over the past several months. On the congressional map, I want to start by reiterating something Chair Newberg said near the end of our January 4th meeting. The final congressional map received a 5-0 vote. Commissioner Lerner herself seconded the motion to adopt this map after Chairwoman Newberg made the motion. This was not the Republican map. We did not want it. We had a preferable map that we thought represented Arizona better. While the map may not have been every commissioner's ideal map, when we voted for it, we all agreed it was a map that complied with the constitutional and statutory requirements and took into consideration the thousands of public comments we received over the past several months. We congratulated one another, took pictures with the map. To me personally, it's devastating that after clearly being ambushed by interest groups, Commissioner Lerner has come up with talking points that appeared to be generated in Washington, D.C. because they have absolutely no realistic connection to what is best for Arizona. Although I plan on addressing Commissioner Lerner's comments district by district, it is worth discussing the Commission's consideration of competitiveness as a constitutional factor more generally, as it was a theme in Commissioner Lerner's comments. As we've heard from our legal counsel and consultants several times, creating competitive districts is an obviously important goal under the Arizona Constitution. It was consistently and widely discussed before and during the deliberative process. We hired 3 national experts to provide opinions about competitiveness. However, competitiveness differs from the other 5 goals in an important way. Although we're required to consider the competitiveness of a district, the Constitution tells us that we may only do so to the extent possible and not to the detriment of other goals. This is important perspective to keep in mind in addressing Commissioner Lerner's competitiveness concerns. As I mentioned, another important thing to remember about the competitiveness is that after hearing testimony of national experts on competitiveness and looking at what past commissions did, we discussed the different options to measure competitiveness and selected 1, a method to measure competitiveness, 2, elections to base our competitiveness determination on, 3, a competitiveness range to serve as a guidepost of what would be considered a competitive district, and 4, whether a district had any elections that flipped between parties. On August 10th, we unanimously voted to adopt the basket of elections method and 2 ranges to measure competitiveness. A 4% range representing a highly competitive district and a 7% range representing a competitive district. In fact, it was Commissioner Lerner who made the motion to adopt these specific ranges. These competitiveness net measures were provided and considered for every draft map we considered, regardless of it being accepted. Now it appears she's trying to unilaterally narrow these ranges, come up with new guidelines, or unilaterally use the number of elections that flipped as an alternative measure of competitiveness. This is not what we as a commission agreed to. Throughout the year, Commissioner Lerner and others made positive comments about the 2011 commission. I'd like to make 2 comments about that commission. First, in well over 30 votes on map decisions, the 2011 commission voted 3-2 every time. 100% of the time, the chair of that commission voted together with the 2 appointed Democratic representatives. There was never a variation. Our commission had numerous votes that were unanimous, and a number of votes where the chair sided with different sets of the other commissioners. Secondly, that 2011 commission has also been praised by many for the fact that they prioritize competitiveness as a higher priority than many of the other constitutional criteria. This has been stated by the former chair as well. Our 2011 commission, our 2021 commission included considering competitiveness along with the other constitutional criteria, but not as a higher priority. However, the result on our final maps are districts that compare very favorably to the 2011 commission results in regard to competitiveness. In our final legislative map in particular, we have more competitive districts by most measures than the 2011 commission. I'd like to turn to the individual districts. On Congressional District 1, Commissioner Lerner expressed some concern that competitiveness was not adequately considered because it went from having a 1.6% range to a 0.2 range to a 2.6 range through the various map alternatives. Although CD1 might not be as competitive as it was in past maps or now leans Republican, CD1 remains an extremely competitive district under our guidelines. Part of what makes it so competitive is that it includes Scottsdale and Paradise Valley, two places where ticket splitting is extremely high. As Chair Newberg has stated over and over, this district can be won by either party and will be won by the right candidate who works hard to earn the votes. Despite the fact that CD1 is still highly competitive, certain changes were necessary in surrounding districts which impacted CD1's competitiveness. For instance, any additional changes to make CD1 more competitive would have made CD8 even less competitive. It's important to note that our options to make CD8 more competitive were limited, as its neighbor CD3 is covered by the VRA and must sustain enough Latino population to remain a Latino ability to elect district. Additional changes to CD1 were based on the reported feedback from Mayor Gallego and Councilwoman Pastor to unite urban communities of interest, including the downtown historic districts, the arts and culture community, the LGBTQ community in Melrose, and other communities that share similar economic and urban concerns into CD3. We discussed at length how to balance these specific communities of interest and the ripple effect on the populations, compactness, VRA compliance, and other communities of interest in CD3, CD7, CD8, and CD9. Commissioner Lerner indicated that she was okay with the idea of incorporated Councilwoman Pastor and Mayor Gallego's requests. Once these communities of interest were united, other suggestions were made to improve CD1's compliance with the remaining constitutional factors, such as using geographic features like the Gila River, parts of the Maricopa County line, and city lines. As a neighbor to CD3, a VRA covered district, some changes to CD1 were made to bring CD3 into compliance as well. In short, these minor fluctuations in CD1's competitiveness were made to honor a communities of interest while still maintaining the district's highly competitive nature. There is no constitutional issue with CD1's competitiveness. It was and still is a highly competitive district. While every change we make requires us to balance the competing interests at play and make hard decisions, making CD1 more competitive would deter our ability to reach our communities of interest goal. This recurring theme applies to all of Commissioner Lerner's competitiveness comments. On Congressional District 2, Commissioner Lerner made several statements that are either not true or fail to appreciate this balancing of the constitutional factors. First, Commissioner Lerner seemed to imply that CD2 is not a strong rural district. The current CD2 is expansive, covers several of the state's northeast rural communities, and stretches down into the center of the state. It is already a strong rural district, but because all districts must be equal in population, it would be impossible for us to have a rural district with 0% urban areas. Bringing in urban areas also helps to make the rural district more competitive. Second, Commissioner Lerner implies that CD2 should have contained a stronger concentration of Native American voters so that Native voters could have a dedicated representative in Congress. CD2 gives Native Americans a voice, a strong one, but the data and constitutional criteria just did not facilitate a Native American ability to elect district. Rather, it would require us to gerrymander the district lines to include the Southern or Maricopa tribes into CD2. And doing so would work against the Maricopa tribes' stated interests. They didn't want to be with the rural tribes. Rather, we heard testimony from those tribes stating they wanted to be grouped with the entertainment districts in Scottsdale that shared similar economic interests. Third, Commissioner Lerner singles out several communities of interest that she thinks were not honored by the final iteration of CD2. As a big picture response, I think Commissioner Lerner herself actually said it best during deliberations. We cannot please everyone, and we will have to make hard choices. More specifically, she had several issues with West Yavapai and its pairing with West Maricopa. Specifically, she suggested it would be better to keep Western Yavapai with Mojave and Colorado River communities because they're used to being together and because West Maricopa did not want to be in a rural district. However, these goals worked in tension with one another and our goal to keep Yavapai County whole. In fact, in Series 7, Commissioner York suggested we bring the rural areas together in a northern district, and Commissioner Lerner opposed it, which resulted in moving part of Mojave, and West Maricopa into CD9. She also stated that the White Mountain community did not want to be with Prescott in a congressional district. However, that contradicts what I heard from the public testimony. On the flip side, Commissioner Lerner argued that Lake Havasu wanted to be with Prescott and Yavapai County, but this request could not be honored in this map because it was incompatible with our goals, informed by public comment, to keep Yavapai whole and to keep all of the Colorado River communities together in CD9. Lerner's suggestion would have forced CD2 to include either a large amount of urban Maricopa County or to have gone well into Pima County. Both of those alternatives were discussed and discarded by a majority of the commissioners. Again, this is how the democratic process works, via discussion and consensus. She also states we refuse to consider using Mingus Mountain as a boundary. This is simply not true. We deliberated about this option, but the map that kept Yavapai County united as a rural county in CD2 outweighed the changes that would have split part of Yavapai County into CD9. Finally, Commissioner Lerner referenced the CD2 map 8.4, implying that CD2 should have been a more competitive district. While it may be true that looking at CD2 and map 8.4 in isolation gives us a more competitive district, I think it's important to not focus too much on past iterations of a district in a vacuum. As we know all too well, each change we make to the map sends a ripple effect through the remaining districts that then need to be rebalanced to honor all 6 constitutional goals to the extent possible. Map 8.2 was adjusted for 3 important reasons. 1, it needed to accommodate the VRA compliant districts as requested by the minority communities. 2, it needed to be adjusted for population. And 3, it needed to be adjusted for communities of interest. And by making CD2 less competitive, we were able to make other districts more competitive. Commissioner Lerner's alternative is not realistic or practical. Something that was left unsaid in Commissioner Lerner's remarks is that by requiring us to concentrate minorities in certain districts, the VRA serves as a roadblock preventing us from creating more competitive districts, not to mention the fact that it provides built-in partisan advantage for Democrats, not available to any other party. Indeed, in Congressional District 3, Lerner suggests that applying some of Councilwoman Pastor's requests are responsible for packing Democrats into CD3 and impacting the competitiveness of the district. Make no mistake, in order to make CD3 a Latino ability to elect district, which is required by the VRA, we had to include more minorities in this district. Although this results in a district that is well over the competitiveness threshold, there's no other way to make it VRA compliant. If we're not obligated to comply with the VRA, we could certainly do more to accommodate other constitutional factors, like communities of interest or competitiveness. While we considered competitiveness for every map, this factor cannot work to the detriment of other goals, like compliance with the VRA. We cannot look at CD3's competitiveness measure in isolation that isn't allowed under the Constitution, and it doesn't work to serve any state interests. Commissioner Lerner also seemed to question our decision to include historic districts in CD3, noting that not all historic communities are the same. I agree you cannot compare a historic district in Bisbee, Tombstone, and Prescott to that in Phoenix, but in Phoenix, it's well recognized where the historic neighborhoods are located. As I noted before, Commissioner Lerner was open to Councilwoman Pastor's request because I think the chair made good points about those communities having similar interests. As a group, we've spent an inordinate amount of time on CD3, and we have heard from our legal team and consultants about our options. The chair consistently met with the leaders from the community to try to get it right, and given all the goals we are required to consider and balance, I wholeheartedly think we achieved this. In Congressional District 4, Commissioner Lerner again complains this district could have been more competitive because it went from a 5.6% range to 7% with an 8-1 Democratic advantage. As I noted earlier, because CD4 falls within the 7% range, it's still a competitive district. It is also to be noted that the changes made in the final map that caused this district to be less competitive were changes requested by Commissioner Lerner based on her thoughts of protecting certain communities of interest. It's clear that in this case, Commissioner Lerner thought the communities of interest outweighed the importance of competitiveness. Some of the changes that made CD4 less competitive worked to unite communities of interest. For example, we spent a lot of time discussing the unification of retirement communities. While we weren't able to unite every single one, we were able to unite these communities that share similar interests to the extent practicable. Another important change that served to reduce the competitiveness of CD4 was moving downtown Chandler into CD4 so that it was unified with the other diverse downtown communities in Mesa and Tempe. In making these decisions, we worked with the mapping consultants to use city lines as much as possible. In Congressional District 5, Commissioner Lerner had the same concern because its competitiveness measure went from 14.7 to 18.1 with the 09 Republican advantage. Like CD4, CD5's competitiveness measure gave way to honor Gilbert City's lines and to unite communities of interest, namely communities that are experiencing high growth, like Mesa Gateway Airport, Queen Creek, Santan, Apache Junction, and South Chandler, that share similar infrastructure concerns and challenges. In Congressional District 6, Lerner again took issue with the competitiveness measure because it went from a 0.1 range in map 9.1 with a 5.4 Democrat advantage to a 2.4 range with a 3.6 Republican advantage. While 0.1% is an impressive competitive measure, 2.4% is still within the highly competitive range. By reducing the competitiveness by a small margin, we were able to accommodate and promote other constitutional goals. Again, competitiveness cannot serve to the detriment of these other goals. And important changes needed to be made to CD6's lines, including changes to the border it shares with CD7 to bring that district in compliance with the VRA. Additionally, changes were made to CD6 to honor and unite communities of interest, like the federal defense funding interest shared by Davis-Monthan and Fort Huachuca communities, Eloy's desire to be united with Casa Grande and the rest of I-10, Graham and Greeley County's desires to be united with Cochise based on their shared ranching, natural resources, and water interests, and the request made by Mayor Romero of Tucson to unite downtown interests with the University of Arizona broader community. In Congressional District 7, Commissioner Lerner again complained the district should be more competitive, but just like CD3, CD7 was never going to be competitive. It's a VRA district. In a district to be in VRA compliant district, changes were made to CD7 to unite communities of interest. This is where the request by Tucson Mayor Romero to unite University of Arizona community with the downtown community. It impacted 6, but it actually occurred in District 7. The border community, economically and due to immigration, based on Jamie Chamberlain's testimony we received visiting the Gallus, was quite compelling. The southern tribal communities, Tohono O'odham, Pascua Yaqui, the Kokopah, and other tribes, and the historic and the Hispanic farming communities, including San Luis, Somerton, Avondale, and Yuma. Congressional District 8 was absent from Commissioner Lerner's remarks, but I think it's important to talk about CD8 because all of the changes she suggests and the other districts would have impacted CD8's compliance with constitutional goals. Again, Commissioner Lerner's comments are only viewed in isolation. They do not take into account the ripple effects that would be caused. CD8 serves as an important opportunity for the West Valley to have a representative in Congress. Lerner's vision for the CD map would not provide this representation. CD8 also serves the purpose of uniting communities of interest, like retirement communities, and making allowance along CD8's southern border to bring CD3 into VRA compliance. Finally, in Congressional District 9, Commissioner Lerner suggests we could have made a stronger rural district. But like I commented in relation to CD2, it's impossible from a population perspective to make a rural district without any sort of urban footprint. It's simply unrealistic, especially when trying to incorporate other constitutional goals like VRA compliance. Contrary to Commissioner Lerner's remark, I think we achieved a really strong rural community in CD9 that also unites communities of interest like the river districts and military communities like the Yuma Proving Grounds, the Marine Corps Air Station, and Luke Air Force Base. In summary, given all the competing constitutional requirements, I'm very confident that the final congressional map for Arizona is an extremely positive map for our state. All 5 commissioners that voted for its approval should be very proud that this map was the product of our collective efforts. And with that, I vote yes on this administrative action confirming the approval of this map as adjusted for the minor changes from the various counties of our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Meal. I'd like to turn it over now to Vice Chair Watchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I vote no. No other comments. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner York.
Commissioner Meal has encompassed my feelings and comments, and I vote yes.
Okay, I turn that over now to Commissioner Lerner.
Thank you, Chair Newberg. I obviously have some comments. I wasn't going to make a lot of comments, but I am going to respond to Commissioner Meal because I felt I had made my comments earlier on the congressional. And the first thing I just want to say is I don't appreciate being accused of being beholden to national interest groups. I am not. And I will make the same statement about you, Commissioner Meal. So you're questioning my character in your statement, and I don't appreciate that. I feel up until now, we have all tried to give each other as much respect as possible. And I don't appreciate the accusation that you've made, but I can certainly make the same accusation to you if that's necessary as a counter. I am working on behalf of the state and on behalf of getting the best maps possible. And I will say that I have not, I guess I can't say strongly enough how I resent the insinuation that you made about my personal character in your statement. And all I can say is that I feel that you have done what you are accusing me of. You've been operating on behalf of Republican incumbents and Republicans in general. So the statements that you made about the maps are something else that I will respond to, but I wanted to be real clear with you that I don't appreciate the personal attacks. I have not, I don't feel that that's in the character of who we have been as a commission, that we have made every effort to try to get along. And your personal attack there just, in my opinion, destroyed that effort that we had. I made a lot of comments, as you mentioned. As part of this, I do feel, I have said all along that I feel competitiveness is important. It has not been, we have to look at it as a significant detriment. And in each of the cases that I made, each of the arguments that I made those with the argument that they were not significant detriments. When they were significant detriments, I did not ask for that competitiveness because I recognize that constitutional criteria. The 2011 commission that you mentioned, first of all, that said, and I guess the other point that I will just make before I give you my vote is that I did not unilaterally use competitiveness. Throughout, we looked at communities of interest as our primary area. And when I made comments about where competitiveness could be increased, it was based on the fact that communities of interest would still be aligned, based on the fact on geography, all the other constitutional criteria. You made a comment about the 2011 commission votes, 3-2 every time with the Democrats. Well, I will say, in this case, we have the same going on here. When it was a 3-2 vote, there were only 2 times, maybe 3, I may have missed one, when our chair voted for the Republicans and the Republican maps. So it's a very parallel kind of process that we have had. And yes, the 2011 commission did competitiveness and prioritized those. But throughout, even with all the Republican complaints of that commission's work, the Republicans held the legislature for that entire 10 years. So even with competitiveness being considered, and even with the complaints by Republicans over those maps, they still continued to hold power for that entire time. So that didn't destroy the Republican opportunities. When you went through each of those criteria and each of the things, I'm not going to repeat what I said on my comments that I did before because that's already in the record. But I will make a few comments specific to what you just said as part of this. CD1 was very surgically changed to go from a district that was more competitive and had a slight edge for Democrats to being less competitive and more Republican. It could have been won by either party. The changes that were made were surgical in terms of changing that map and very deliberate. And I will say that as part of that, you mentioned CD3. Yes, I said we needed to acknowledge Pastor's recommendations, but Mayor Gallego and Supervisor Pastor sent a letter saying that they wanted additional changes. They didn't want to do all of those changes later on, and we did not abide by those changes that they requested. We did not follow up and take a look at their follow-up letter that they sent as part of that. And the historic districts are different. I used to be the state historic preservation officer for Arizona. I know those historic districts in those neighborhoods. I know the area. I was part of a group. They got listed as National Register of Historic Places as part of my job to do that. They are not all alike, and they don't all have to be in the same district. The decision, the fluctuations and changes that you mentioned were not minor in CD1. Those were major. When the decision was made to cross the 101 and take on those populations that are there, which, by the way, also had is a boundary, no matter what some others may say, drive up that way. I've done that since we've met, and there's really clear distinctions. Those were very deliberate changes that were made that the mayor did not agree was in the best interest of the city of Phoenix. The CD2 comments, again, I'm not going to repeat from what could have been. I never said, what I said about Native Americans in that district was that they should be given the opportunity if they can. I didn't suggest that we add on other Native Americans in the South into that one district. What I said was we now have a district with a lot of Native Americans who will not be able to elect somebody of their choice. And it was done because instead of honoring what had been a 60-year mark boundary with what is now CD9 between CD2 and Mingus Mountain, instead of honoring the fact that the group has been together for 60 years, in which case, by the way, the congressman who now represents that area and lives in Prescott has chosen to move over to CD9 because he's been representing them for so long. What I said was that if we did and honored a 60-year plan boundary of Mingus Mountain, which is a geographic boundary, it would have made CD2 more competitive, given Native Americans a greater voice. That's what I was talking about. The decision to make Yavapai County whole was not a goal that I had. That was a goal that was at least three of the parties in our commission said. So that's a majority. I realize we lost that, but time and again, Vice Chair Watchman and I suggested that Yavapai County and Mingus Mountain would be a natural split and a natural divide. We talked about CD2 over and over again as part of that. So that goal was not a goal of the commission, just to be clear. Mingus Mountain is a natural boundary. People in Lake Havasu said they wanted to be in the same district as Prescott, as they have said before. There were plenty of people in the White Mountains who said they did not want to be with Prescott. So these were statements that were made for communities of interest, and that's where that was coming from, not to combine all the Native Americans in one district, as you implied in that area. I also don't look at VRA issues as being a roadblock to making districts more competitive. The Latino Coalition submitted maps that showed that even with VRA districts, there could be more maps that had more competitive districts. They showed it was possible. My concern about CD3 was that it packed Democrats into that. The boundaries that were made packed Democrats. It was not about the CVAP that was there. And that was drawn for Supervisor Pastor. But Mayor Gallego had a different vision of that. And we chose on a 3-2 vote to take Supervisor Pastor's perspective. CD4, I actually offered to make it more competitive. After we made the adjustments, and the concern was expressed by either you or Commissioner York, I don't recall, that now I had made it less competitive by going from 5.6, I think, to 7%. I said, fine, let's make some changes and we could make some adjustments in CD1. But that was not something that was accepted. I think it was CD1. Yeah. So I offered to actually make CD4 more competitive after we made the adjustments of bringing communities of interest together. But I was turned down on those adjustments because the adjustments would have actually made CD1 more competitive as part of that. You're right, I didn't talk about CD5 a whole lot because once we get to a 15% non-competitive point, it went to 18%. So CD6 was again a very deliberate move by Commissioner Meal to change that district from being very competitive, and yes, a 0.1% is as competitive it can be with a 5-4 Democratic advantage. The changes that Commissioner Meal you proposed were again surgical to add Republicans into that area and make it less competitive. That was my concern. These were not based on these communities of interest, and they did not align with Mayor Romero's suggestions either. So we were very selective on which mayors were listened to in that. So just to counter in terms of that, what you mentioned there. And CD1, yes, I did comment on the fact that it was less competitive because it didn't need to be. Some of the changes that were made to CD6 were done to actually pack again people into CD7 to remove them from CD6. So that was, it is a Latino, the CVAP was where it needed to be, but the competitiveness did not need to change to that extent, except if the decision was made to change CD6 to being less competitive and more Republican. And that was why I brought that up. As for CD8, again, I mentioned the fact, you talk about the fact that it would have given West Valley representation. I agree, we wanted West Valley representation there, and there were ways that we could have done that in a better way that would have still made it at least a little bit more competitive than where it turned out to be. And for CD9, I did say that it should have been a stronger rural district. Had we done the change between CD2 and CD9 that we requested, we would have had really two good, strong rural districts. And CD9 would not have taken so much of the West Valley. And we heard loud and clear from the West Valley, please don't put us in a rural district. But the decision to not make CD2 competitive, to not use Mingus Mountain, those are things that were very deliberately done. And so when I say that this is a Republican map, which is what I have said, you probably would have liked it to be more Republican, I'm sure. But from my perspective, this does not align in ways that we could have. So these are all, I guess, my response to you, Commissioner Meal. I had not really planned on giving a lengthy discussion of the congressional because I felt I did that last time. As for my vote, I will say to you that I made an error in voting for that map. And I should not have. I'm going to freely admit I made a mistake in my mind on that map. Despite my misgivings, I voted for the map. And I still do. I had wanted more time to review it. The decision had been made that we were going to review it. We were given a short break to review it. And I ultimately voted for that map with an eye toward compromise. And to show the state that despite my belief there were major flaws and constitutional issues, that we could try to work together as a commission. I did this.
Commissioner Lerner, that short break was over 24 hours.
No, Chairwoman, I asked you that morning if we could take a vote either towards the end of the day or take time over lunch so we could have more time. And you said you wanted to vote before we started to move at the legislative, and we had about a 10 to 15 minute break. So that's what I had requested, and I admitted to you that I had not realized that the map was completely up and it was not a full 24 hours that it was up. It was less time than that, but that is what I'm referring to, our discussion that we had had.
Please, go ahead.
So I am saying that I am admitting that I made a mistake in my vote on that. And with that, because I had already commented on the congressional map at length, and I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Neal's comments here, I will vote no on this map.
Okay, so where are we in this process? I think we are now going to turn it over to Commissioner York if you have any remarks that you'd like to share.
Commissioner Newberg, I've already voted
You
yes.
voted already.
We're
Yeah,
waiting for
Commissioner
your vote.
Chairwoman, you are the last vote at this point.
I'm just asking if there's any remark, any outstanding
We
conversation.
voted, so you're up, Madam Chair.
Okay. In preparation for today's meeting and to be able to best respond to the many sudden and false accusations from my Democratic colleagues, I spent considerable time these past few days reviewing our year-long process and studying the unofficial transcripts from our deliberation meetings. After much thought, I remain deeply proud of the extremely transparent, fair, conscientious, and competent process that we all collectively ran. And I am confident that our legitimate and constitutionally sound maps will stand up very well to scrutiny. I reject all of the charges that have been laid out by Commissioners Lerner and Watchman over these past couple of weeks. Your reasoning is flawed, disingenuous, and meritless. On the charge that our maps lack competitiveness, it's simply not true. As I stated before, 1/3 of our districts are competitive, as defined by the very standards that you, Commissioner Lerner, helped create. 2 of the districts are true toss-ups. The competitiveness measures we used were based on the thoughtful synthesis of 3 nationally recognized experts. The vote to adopt the measures was unanimous. And I'd like to remind you all that I intentionally deferred to my 4 partisan colleagues to drive this decision, given the political sensitivities. The problem is that you, Commissioner Lerner, have been constantly moving the goalpost to suit your arguments and have been utterly inconsistent in your definitions of competitiveness. Let me just bring up a few quotes. Actually, I don't have that. I will provide that to anybody and everybody who wants those quotes. I don't have it readily accessible to me. Your accusation is hypocritical in light of how often you've gone on record complimenting the previous commission's maps when ours are just as, if not even more, competitive. In terms of the constitutionality question, I don't understand what legal grounds you're basing your claims on. Just because a more competitive map can be drawn doesn't mean that we are obligated to do so, or even should do so. We fully met our constitutional responsibility to focus on competitiveness when to do so would create no significant detriment to the other criteria. I ask everybody, please review the transcripts. I brought competitiveness up constantly. Your last minute about face regarding the constitutionality of our CD map is highly disingenuous. You voted for this map. In fact, you even seconded my motion to approve the map. I would like to quote you, "Well, Madam Chair, I see that my Republican colleagues here are not going to provide a second. I will do that. I'm going to provide a second to your motion." You may recall that our Republicans had serious reservations and only agreed to support our congressional map if you did. And it wasn't an impulsive vote. You had overnight to think about it and to discuss it with many others. And many of the things you now find objectionable were in the draft map that you not only voted for, but also called for us to return to several times during our final deliberations. And your accusations don't do justice to the collective work of our consultants this past year. We've been guided seamlessly, and I'd say brilliantly, by our unanimously approved team of co-counsel, Roy Herrera, Brett Johnson, and have had our maps reviewed constantly by several other top-notch constitutional and VRA experts who all along the way have reviewed our maps. We've had absolutely no daylight in our thinking from a legal perspective throughout the entire process. To suddenly now, after the fact, raise such egregious questions about constitutionality without ever having raised a red flag before is simply not credible. I find your questioning the constitutionality of our approved maps ironic. If anything, I believe the maps you lobbied for were constitutionally weaker. I saw you as constantly attempting to gerrymander for competitiveness. You base so many of your arguments on wanting to achieve a certain Republican-Democratic portionality, a 4-4-1 congressional map, a 15-15 split on the legislative districts. I'll quote you here. Madam Chair, I see that my Republican colleagues here are not going to this is something second, I'm sorry. I'll come back to I don't have the exact quote, so I'll match them up later. I apologize. I had to admonish you several times to focus on more appropriate constitutional criteria. Your very goal of trying to achieve a perfect 0% vote spread in a district, despite the enormous demands of satisfying the other 5 constitutional criteria, is illustrative of your motive to prioritize competitiveness. To you and the others in Arizona who want to prioritize more competitive districts, you will either need to pass a new proposition for prioritizing competitiveness, and or the VRA needs to be revised. Some don't like to acknowledge the basic mathematical reality that after counting for the high number of Democrats in VRA districts, a natural byproduct of minority communities and their voting patterns, as well as the fact that like-minded people live together, particularly in a highly urban area, the rest of our state becomes disproportionately red. This makes it more challenging to create competitive districts without seriously compromising communities of interest. There are trade-offs that need to be wrestled with. The greater number of highly competitive and toss-up districts you make, the more the others are more extreme. On the charge that I selectively listened to certain elected mayors and leaders, of course I did. That is what's called using independent judgment. That's exactly what we were tasked to do. I met with people from all over the aisle and all over the state. I learned from their perspectives and chose to incorporate as much as what made sense to me and can fit in with our broader vision of the state. My decisions disappointed mayors on both sides of the aisle. Just ask those in the East Valley and the White Mountains. I am and have never been beholden to anybody, to anyone, and have never been directed by anyone. I have made my own independent decisions every time. I am not sure, Commissioner Lerner, that you can say the same thing. There were 6 people deliberating with us during those final maps. I sat next to you and watched your phone. Someone was directing you then, and someone is directing you now. On the charge that I didn't defer enough to public testimony, public comment was truly phenomenal. I learned so much about our state and our communities of interest. But as a source of data, it has limitations that must be taken into consideration when we evaluate what weight to give it. Most of the testimony was self-serving, seeking to maximize gain for one's own community, not considering the ripple effects for the rest of the state. Those who choose to or are able to testify and engage in the redistricting process are not necessarily representative of our state. We heard from several thousand people, but we are required to consider the needs of the other 99.99% of our population. Quite frankly, I also have validity concerns regarding the testimony data. Clearly, a number of the speakers were either hired or bussed in or encouraged to recite requests that they failed to personally understand or care about. There's a reason why we didn't provide an overall summary of testimony to help guide our decision-making. It's flawed, and we were responsible and am responsible to use our own personal judgment. On the charge that I was biased and sided with Republicans more often. First, I find this charge fails to take into consideration the number of times that we achieved unanimous consent, as well as the number of times that I sided with my Democratic colleagues. However, I can't deny that I often found the Republican arguments more compelling and constitutionally sound. Perhaps it's because we viewed the constitutional criteria more similarly. My way of thinking cannot come as a surprise to you. I emphasized strongly during my interview with the Commission on Appellate Court Appointments about my views on the importance of communities of interest, and went on record disagreeing with the previous chair's focus on competitiveness. I have been nothing but consistent about how I interpret my constitutional responsibilities from day one. The Republicans have been strategic in working with me from the very beginning, often accommodating my preferences and respecting my boundaries. Let me remind you that despite having their own preferences for our executive director hire, they threw their support behind my top Republican candidate. The reason my preferred Democratic candidate wasn't selected was because Vice Chair Watchman opposed her. I was hoping to hire a Republican Democratic executive director, deputy director tandem that would work well for us. Now, in retrospect, I am so incredibly glad it didn't happen. I do not want to imagine what things would be like without our deputy director, Lori Van Haren. She's been simply remarkable. The pattern of Republican cooperation was on display again during the mapping process. We had 3 firms submit proposals, one on the left, one on the right, and one in the center. My Republican colleagues threw their support behind the more middle of the road team, putting the needs, in my view, of the commission above their partisan interests. And Timmons NDC has truly served us well. I can't say that my Democratic colleagues did the same. You bought into the unfair and partisan attempts to malign our mapping firm, which I believe was unfair. The bottom line is that if Republicans were more successful in their lobbying efforts, it's because they understood and worked with me better. Here's why I think you had trouble with the arguments. I think you've distorted views of our state's political makeup, which negatively affected your map-making ability. You have consistently stated that our state is 50-50 in terms of partisan representation. And I believe you try to get your maps to fit into your faulty vision. Based on party registration, ours lead D's by 3 points. And I believe most would agree that our independents lean right, if anything. To imply that our state is half Democratic because we have a current 5-4 congressional split and our state voted for Biden and Kelly is simply flawed logic. Our current congressional districts have significant Democratic advantages in 4 of the districts and are favored in the one competitive seat based on voting patterns. The Democrat wins 7 out of the 9 probative races. Commissioner Lerner, you would view that as uncompetitive. We have a 5-4 Democratic delegation due to structural advantages, regardless of statewide affiliations. Moreover, to suggest that our state is democratic because we elected Biden and Kelly statewide entirely undermines your very argument that our recently approved congressional map is biased against Democrats. Based on your new map, I would say our map, Biden and Kelly have won 5 of these 9 new congressional seats. Therefore, to use your logic, you should be very comfortable that 5 of our 9 congressional seats are firmly Democratic. Another weakness of your deliberation arguments was that you were too attached simply to the past rather than being more progressive and forward-looking. Arguing that Yavapai needs to be split with Western Yavapai grouped with Mojave because that's how it's been done before is simply not compelling. When you review the transcripts, you'll notice the many references you made to keeping things as they were based on history. Redistricting wipes the slate clean and starts new to reflect change. I viewed things differently than you did. On the issue of school districts, there are so many complexities with open enrollment, charter schools. It never rose to the top 6 constitutional criteria and convinced me that it should take precedence over other requirements. In terms of the complaints about specific districts, I don't want to get into a defense of each and every one. That would be endless. But let me just say a brief few words. I viewed Congressional District 2 as a compromise. Commissioner Meal's initial Northern District proposal in 3.1 truly, from my perspective, made the most sense from a community of interest perspective. However, you may recall I rejected it outright because I felt it was too politically extreme. I was concerned that minority groups such as the Native Americans might be marginalized. So we worked hard and found a balance that, in my view, maximized the ability of the rural community to have representation, but ensure the Native American community would be adequately represented. I like what this district allowed for in terms of balancing the rest of the state. Once we achieved this compromise, I didn't see a constant need to revisit it, despite the repeated attempts from my colleagues. I believe rural communities will also be well represented in CD9, although it's paired with western parts of Maricopa County. There aren't, in my mind, any inherent incompatibilities. And I've gone on record to believe that an elected leader can consistently address the needs of these constituents. I really like CD3. It's not only a VRA district, but it truly stands on its own as a community of interest district. The fact that it is highly democratic is predictable. Like-minded people live together. It's urban. I'm very comfortable with Congressional District 6 and 7 we did right by the Latino community, and also created a highly competitive toss-up district in Southern Arizona that respected the University of Arizona and other Tucson communities of interest. And I firmly believe that Phoenix and our suburban communities will be very well represented by our new congressional districts 1, 4, and 8. The bottom line is that I stand behind our congressional map and feel that it positions our state to have fair and robust representation. To Commissioner Meal and York, thank you for your integrity and support. I'm deeply appreciative. I know you have only agreed to support this map if it was a 5-0 vote. Your willingness to certify this map, despite our Democratic colleagues breaking their word, is honorable. To my Democratic colleagues, I'm deeply disappointed by what I anticipate in your vote, but not at all surprised. This is the second time you've put partisan interest above the commission. You refuse to certify the mapping decision despite acknowledging we had a fair and legitimate process. Let me be clear. Failing to certify the results of fair and democratic processes because you don't like the outcomes is dangerous and wrong, regardless of who does it. I'm asking my Democratic colleagues to consider their vote. Are you going to undermine faith in our system and contribute to the toxicity of political mistrust and tribalism? Minority Leader Reginald Boulding tweeted this week, quote, "Our fight in the upcoming session will be to save democracy itself." Well, I call on all sides to take responsibility, do better, and honor our country. And that is what I have to say on this issue. And so with that, I believe that we are going to propose a vote.
Chairwoman, you have to vote.
I would like to entertain a motion. Do we have a motion to support our the revised congressional map? And I will put it up to, I believe we had a first and a second, so now we just vote.
Actually, Chairwoman, everybody's voted but you.
Okay, sorry. Well, I vote yes. I'm deeply proud of the maps that we have created. And with that, I believe that the maps have been approved and certified, the congressional map, based on a 3-2 vote. And with that, I believe we can move to agenda item number 8B.
Excuse me, would it be possible to take a 5-minute break for the transcriptionist?
Absolutely. It is
Thank you.
now 12:14. Let's reconvene at 12:20.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It looks like everyone's back on and we're ready to proceed.
Okay, let's resume. I believe that we are on agenda item number 8, congressional map discussion and approval. And I bring it forth to any further conversation from my colleagues.
Chairwoman, just to be clarified, are you on 8B now?
Commissioner Newberg, we're on legislative now, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Which item are you referring to?
Or have you moved to 8B? Just want to make sure we're clear for the record.
No, we're still on 8A.
Okay.
And if there's anything else that anybody else wants to add to that, otherwise we'll move to agenda item 8B.
So Commissioner Newberg, or Chairwoman, I'm not going to tell you how to run the meeting. If you want to have more discussion on it, technically the discussion has already been had, the vote has been had, and it's there's no more deliberation on a vote that's already occurred.
Okay, so you're saying that we're ready for a vote on 8A.
We just did a.
Chairwoman, we've already voted on 8A. The congressional maps have been approved and approval for certification. We are now on for 8B, which is the legislative maps discussion and approval, unless you desire otherwise.
No, I'm all good with that.
So
So
for the
we
record,
will-
all commissioners, we are now on agenda item 8B, legislative map discussion and approval. Thank you.
And with that, I will open it up to my colleagues to discuss their thoughts on our legislative map. And we are moving towards discussing and approving and certifying the legislative map.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Meal. I would like to make a motion that we approve and certify the revised legislative map that is before us today.
Do I have a second?
And Chairwoman, just real quick, there was some discussion at the beginning with the mapping consultants about 17.0 and 17.1. We would just like to clarify for the record, we're talking about legislative district map 17.0.
That is correct.
Thank you. Do I have a second on Commissioner Meal's motion?
Commissioner York, I believe you're muted.
I am.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'd like to second Commissioner Meal's motion to approve the legislative map 17.0.
Any discussion? Okay, if there's no discussion, we can move to a vote to approve legislative map.
Call for a vote. Commissioner Newberg.
Yes, I'll call for a vote. Commissioner Watchman.
Madam Chair, I exercise my vote, and this democratic process, and so we're free to vote in any way, shape, and form. And so, a lot's been discussed today, and it's unfortunate that, that we had to end with, a lot of unnecessary and unfounded discussion. But for me, as an independent commissioner, it's my duty and right to vote in any way that I think is necessary and appropriate, which reflects, my vote regardless of prior votes. And so, having said that, I vote no.
Commissioner Meal.
Well, I have some additional comments to make on the legislative map also. That many of the general comments I made about the CD maps apply equally to the legislative maps. But I feel that I need to make comments to clarify the record as to the legislative map. During our last day of deliberation on the legislative maps, Commissioner Lerner torpedoed months of compromise and deliberation over what she termed minor adjustments to one district that would have, in fact, had ripple effects throughout the entire map, undoing communities of interest and making a less competitive map overall, except for those Democrat protected districts that are sacrosanct under the VRA. From a global perspective, there's some general points that the commissioner made about the legislative map that need to be addressed today. First, she argues that our map should not have split Flagstaff consistent with the mayor's requests. However, the Flagstaff split was the result of a compromise to keep the White Mountains community together and at the same time specifically respect the requests of the Navajo Nation and other tribes. Furthermore, parts of Flagstaff split by the 40 represent different communities. The northern side includes the downtown area and includes the university and more permanent residents, while the southern side consists of some residential areas and golf communities that are a mix of second or vacation homes along with full-time residents. While of course we consider requests like the Flagstaff mayors in drawing our districts, the sheer size of Flagstaff made this request difficult to honor. Numerous cities are split by any iteration of these maps, so why should Flagstaff be the only city that we avoid splitting? On the other hand, other cities, certainly smaller cities such as Sedona, were much easier to keep together. Second, Commissioner Lerner argues that malls, shopping centers, and golf courses are not communities of interest. We respectfully disagree. What constitutes a community of interest is subjective and in the eye of the beholder. That's exactly why we've spent countless hours listening to public comment. As I stated before, when balancing all 6 constitutional criteria, especially non-negotiable provisions like population equality and the VRA, we have to understand that this means some communities of interest need to be split. This is why the Constitution provides that we respect communities of interest to the extent practicable. Naturally, we're all going to disagree about when one criteria must yield to another, and that's why we deliberate and vote. With respect to Commissioner Lerner's specific criticisms about malls, shopping centers, and golf courses, I think this is more about how those places drive and unite the neighborhoods that surround them. For example, each of these communities share the same important economic drivers, such as tourism and water management. Next, I will address Commissioner Lerner's claim that we were inconsistent with respect to school districts. Because of open enrollment in the charter school system, kids are no longer assumed to attend a school in their neighborhoods. In Maricopa County, for example, only about 50% of kids actually attend their assigned public school. This, along with other constitutional criteria, impacted the extent to which school districts were considered. Moreover, some of the districts we adopted from the Latino Coalition reflected consideration of different schools in those regions. We also considered the multicultural high school in Chandler as reflected in importance from the chair. Finally, some school districts are so large they do not fit neatly into a single district. For example, Deer Valley School District and Paradise Valley School Districts are split because they are larger school districts that actually cannot fit into a single LD. Finally, Commissioner Lerner argued we should have used the 101 as a geographic barrier. However, a freeway boundary is not something listed as a required constitutional criteria. Rather, the Constitutional calls for adherence to geographic features, political subdivisions, and undivided census tracts. We honored those features wherever possible. For instance, in Mesa, we use baseline rather than the 60 because it's a city boundary. And turning to specific legislative districts, for Legislative District 2, Commissioner Lerner expressed additional concerns about the competitiveness of the district and felt that it that the December 20th map better reflected the constitutional criteria. Her main concerns were the district's competitiveness, communities of interest, school districts, and population. However, LD2 is a compact district that follows constitutional criteria, a product of numerous rounds of deliberations and ultimate compromise between all commissioners. The district sits almost completely in Phoenix, incorporating Deer Valley and keeping the Moon Valley neighborhood together. Its respect for geographic boundaries include a natural boundary through part of the Adobe Dam area to the west, Shaw Butte to the south, above to the Union Hills to the northeast, and Cave Creek to the east. It also includes communities of interest such as the Deer Valley Airport, the areas south of the 101, a student housing community around Thunderbird, and a nearly united Deer Valley Village. As this is the growth area, there's no reason for Deer Valley Village to be split as Commissioner Lerner had suggested. Furthermore, contrary to Commissioner Lerner's implications, LD2 remains a highly competitive district with a competitive spread of 3.8% based on the parameters selected by the entire commission. As stated above, it would be especially inappropriate to retroactively change these agreed upon standards so late in the process. Also, as already discussed, not all districts, and especially not districts required by the Voting Rights Act, can be competitive. Given that LD2 remains competitive by all measures, it does not seem fair to target this specific district in light of the careful interest, balancing, and resulting compromise. Any overpopulation in this district, among others, is a direct result of the ripple effect created by the underpopulation in other districts that accommodate the needs to comply with the VRA and the requests of the Navajo Nation. In fact, Commissioner Lerner's proposal on December 22nd would have created even greater overpopulation. The consequential ripple effects would have impacted the entire region, including districts requested by the Latino Coalition, whose proposed districts were advocated by Commissioner Lerner. According to our mapping team, Commissioner Lerner's suggestion would require us to rotate population numbers through at least LDs 3, 28, and 29. It would have also caused us to move and split the community of interest around the university area currently located in LD 27. With respect to schools, both school districts and universities are recognized communities of interest. Although they may sometimes give way to our adherence to town boundaries, we have used them consistently throughout this process. To argue that it should not be a community of interest for this district, but rely on it solely for other districts, plays politics with the rationale. In light of our need to balance the constitutional criteria, we were not always able to strictly adhere to school districts, but we were able to here. Commissioner Lerner even acknowledged that her plan keeps some communities of interest together while splitting others, such as the Deer Valley Village, in half. I agree that we cannot keep all communities of interest together, and we often need to make very difficult decisions when balancing competing constitutional criteria. However, in this case, the decision was easy, and Commissioner Lerner's proposal unnecessarily creates a significant detrimental impact to these communities of interest. Finally, this is the only district where Commissioner Lerner brought up economics and home values. If this is a factor she wants us to consider, we would request to revisit other LDs also. Next, for Legislative District 4, Commissioner Lerner expressed that she wanted to make several changes. However, as previously explained by Commissioner York, LD4 is a highly competitive district with a competitive range of 3.42% that keeps together McCormick Ranch, Desert Ridge, Paradise Valley, and portions of Scottsdale, going as far south into Arcadia, just north of the canal. The district includes several resort communities, including the Phoenician, Desert Ridge, Biltmore, and the resort near Piestewa Park, Peak. These communities and their associated golf courses have unique issues such as water management that would not be represented by the markedly different entertainment and tourism interests of nightclubs in Scottsdale and Tempe. Additionally, in line with Commissioner Lerner's emphasis on school districts, LD4 also includes several high schools and their feeder middle and elementary schools, such as Chaparral and Horizon and high schools. While we ideally would attempt to keep entire school districts united, Paradise Valley and Scottsdale Unified School Districts are so big they have to pour over into other districts. While Commissioner Lerner indicated an interest in making Arcadia whole, the piece she references is not technically part of Arcadia. and in fact represents a completely different community of interest. Arcadia proper is a high-income area with single-family homes valued as high as $1,000 per square foot. In contrast, the piece Commissioner Lerner references is a transitional area consisting of a wider mix of home values and types, such as older multifamily complexes, duplexes, and small apartment complexes. It's my understanding, based on Zillow, that homes in this area carry significantly lower value and tend to range from $300 to $500 per square foot. West of 40th Street represents an appropriate boundary between these areas. If Commissioner Lerner is concerned about home values, as she suggests, and her criticism of LD2, the split between these communities would make sense. Commissioner Newberg agreed that Commissioner Lerner's proposal split up many communities of interest to their detriment to achieve competitiveness, which is simply not allowed under the Arizona Constitution. For instance, Commissioner Lerner's proposals would also have split up McCormick Ranch. If the commission were to make changes to this district, the ripple effects would affect legislative districts, District 8's entertainment district, which would negatively impact the Salt River Indian Reservation. They also would have disrupted other districts, including VRA districts. To bring LD4 all the way south to LD11, this would have an inevitable ripple effect on LD5. Additionally, she did not want to add Desert Ridge to this district, but did not articulate why. For Legislative District 5, which has now been changed to 1, Commissioner Lerner argued that geographic boundaries such as Mingus Mountain should have been used. It's touched on in relation to CD2, and adopting boundaries for this district, the commission was faced with a choice: to use geographic boundaries or use county boundaries, either of which would be appropriate under the Arizona Constitution. Ultimately, we chose to use county boundaries to respect communities of interest in Yavapai County. As Chair Newberg recognized, Yavapai County's retirement communities have unique political interests that are remarkably different than that from the younger university population in other areas. The district line almost perfectly follows the county line, making allowances to unify Sedona in accordance with its request by following a city boundary instead of a county boundary. Moreover, because the Verde River portion of the district is fed by the Chino Basin, we heard testimony from Noel Campbell that it makes more sense to keep these communities together from a water management standpoint. On the southern end, we decided to keep Wickenburg united with the more rural district so that it would not be combined with Metro Phoenix, and Commissioner Lerner was okay with this suggestion. Finally, in previous commission maps, Yavapai was combined with Maricopa. However, we heard testimony from people in Anthem and New River who did not want to be in a district with Yavapai. At the time, Commissioner Lerner was open to putting New River in a different district. However, her version of the map would have paired the remainder of Yavapai with these communities. Consistent with the commission's discretion, we chose to respect the community's requests. Additionally, to obtain more competitiveness in this district would probably have brought this district into Anthem and New River, and would also have created ripple effects in Flagstaff and the White Mountains. Next, for Legislative District 6 and 7, Commissioner Lerner argued that changes were made to benefit a sitting legislature. I emphatically deny these accusations. Instead, these changes were intended to benefit and respond to the request of the Navajo Nation to increase its citizen voting age population for primary races, which the commission noted many times would be a priority to respect communities of interest. This change also made perfect sense from a boundary perspective because of the freeways in the area. Our changes were twice approved by the Navajo Nation, and reflecting the great spirit of compromise that drove many of our decisions, Commissioner Watchman specifically told us that he appreciated our support in crafting these districts. Additionally, the commission was very conscious about keeping reservations together. Consequently, this district is less compact because of our shared desire to connect as many tribal entities as possible in response to the tribe's request to remain compliant with the Voting Rights Act and to preserve communities of interest. Our main goal in crafting District 6 and 7 was to ensure representation of as many communities as possible. Importantly, the White Mountains were vocal even before the release of the census data, and several of us recognize that the White Mountain community has been disenfranchised for the last 10 years. This community has substantial natural resources, forestry, and wildlife concerns, and especially water issues that are different from the interests of the Navajo Nation. Even though we cannot include Eager and other cities in Apache County in LD7, keeping communities like Sholo and Pine Top in this district gives the White Mountains more of a voice, even for those cities still in LD6. Additionally, as noted several times during deliberations, I strongly believe that the Navajo Nation and Flagstaff have a shared interest in tourism, which drives both economies. This district also gives the casino industry significant representation, which we've heard about. Moreover, economic development on tribal lands is different from economic development on the rest of the state. I determined that this district should have a representative who understands and does not discount these differences. For Legislative District 7, more specifically, Commissioner Lerner thought that Yavapai County did not need to be kept together and that this hurt competitiveness in the district. However, if we can keep counties together, we should, and regardless, no competitiveness analysis impacted Yavapai. Further, Commissioner Lerner's preferential changes would have had substantial ripple effects for Maricopa, Coconino, and the White Mountains. These consequences are a clear example of using competitiveness to the detriment of other constitutional criteria. Commissioner Lerner also had the flexibility to lock in proposed districts so we could address the ripple effects. If she had an issue with any specific district, she could have moved at any time to lock in a district. Nevertheless, she chose not to raise many of her concerns with these specific districts until the very end. Legislative District 13 was a true example of a compromised district that respects communities of interest such as the Asian community. Changes to this district were done even though the commissioners recognized that the changes would reduce compactness. Several members, including Commissioner Lerner and Commissioner Newberg, liked District 13. While I like certain aspects of LD 13, it's not our ideal district. If Commissioner York and I wanted to raise every single one of our own issues, we would have requested changes in this district, such as responding to requests from the mayors of Chandler and Gilbert, better respecting the Asian community, and making the Gilbert School District more whole. This shows that while each of us might have different ideas about the best way to balance the constitutional criteria, we all had to give and take to reach a compromise that best served the collective state interests. With respect to Legislative District 16, Commissioner Lerner expressed her opinion that the district could be changed without much elaboration. We're unsure what specific changes she would prefer, although again, these districts are a product of a substantial amount of compromise on all sides. This district pays careful attention to the communities of interest within its boundaries. For instance, it recognizes and respects the I-10 corridor communities where significant growth is projected to occur between Phoenix and Tucson. Other communities such as Casa Grande, Eloy, Arizona City, Coolidge, and Florence specifically requested to be together, but not in a Maricopa County dominant district. The Ak-Chin Indian Reservation is also together, which is a major employer for the city of Maricopa. Any changes to this district would affect the tribal communities on both the north and south ends of the district, such as the Tohono O'odham Nation, which would hurt our priority to keep the southern tribes together as a community of interest when possible. Changes would also have ripple effects into the boundary between LD6 and 7, which would potentially impact LD6 as a tribal VRA district. Finally, Commissioner Lerner believes that Legislative District 17 is a manipulated district that split up school districts, unnecessarily split Tucson, and did not respect geographic boundaries or communities of interest, and is outside of the competitive range. Commissioner Lerner also suggested that this district was created at the request of a legislator, which I, again, vehemently deny. I live in Pima County. I've been active in the community for years. If anyone understands the communities of interest in this area, it's me. To the contrary of Commissioner Lerner's comments, LD 17 is a well-balanced district that achieves representation for traditionally disenfranchised communities, something that Chair Newberg noted that she found compelling, and represents another true compromise in which neither side got everything we wanted. While Commissioner Lerner recognizes that this district consists mainly of unincorporated areas, she fails to recognize that these areas, along with the eastern wards of Tucson, share a common interest, often legislatively at odds with the city, especially on water, transportation, and infrastructure issues. Because of the ward voting system in Tucson, these areas are virtually disenfranchised, creating issues with city funding and management. Pima County is currently suing the city of Tucson over a failed water policy that is meant to disenfranchise parts of this specific area. They then end up unrepresented on these issues in the legislature because the city ends up choosing the representation under the current boundaries. Other proposals shortchange this group as a strong community of interest and left them without meaningful representation. This district is also a product of substantial compromise. When Commissioner Lerner expressed concerns about Vail's inclusion in LD 17, we agreed to pull Vail out. But this was exchanged for more of the city of Tucson. This district also ends up including more of Tucson than originally contemplated because of Commissioner Lerner's requests in LD 19 and 21. I could go through all the remaining districts, but I think that the major points have been made. This legislative map is the product of all 5 commissioners working through many deliberations and compromise to create the best map for our state. I'm confident that our work has produced a map that clearly meets the constitutional criteria as set forth in the Arizona Constitution. And I am therefore proud to vote yes on the approval and certification of this map.
Commissioner Meal, thank you so much for that. If you don't mind, I'm going to ask if we could have a 10-minute recess. I need to attend to a few issues, if that's okay with our broader group. So we'll have a
1
10
o'clock.
1 o'clock.
We'll reconvene at 1 a.m. Thank you.
1 p.m.
1
yeah.
p.m. Thank you.